Help Kirsty count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good morning from London, the iconic city where table tennis was born. And now, exactly 100 years on, the sport has come home. It is finals day, no second chances, no margin for error, just a fight for gold. Welcome to the Ittf World Table Tennis Team Championships presented by ACN. Welcome to finals day and welcome inside a magnificent OVO Arena Wembley, still shaking from the echoes of yesterday's extraordinary semi-finals where a roaring crowd witnessed table tennis at its breathtaking best. And it is so fitting that on the centenary edition of the World Championships, the sport's greatest rivalry takes center stage. Once again, the two superpowers of the modern game, China and Japan, add another chapter to their storied rivalry in this sport as we take a look at the women's draw, at the route to the final. Shout out to the two Europeans, Team Romania and the Germans, who put up a spirited performance, who will collect their bronze medals later on today in the medal ceremony. But this morning is all about the gold, and this is how the tie will break down. Miwa Harimoto, the teenage sensation, will lead Team Japan out against the world number 2, Wamonyu. Hina Hayata will come up then against the most dominant female player on the planet, Shasha. The world number 1 will be there. And then the defensive dynamo of Hanoko Hashimoto will come up against Kwai Mun.
It's the bounce of a ball. Tick, tock, tap, spin, speed, precision. This is not just a game, this is a reflex turned to art. This is instinct turned to poetry. From basement clubs to Olympic stages, from wooden paddles to carbon fiber blades, the game has grown, just like the city that gave it life. 100 years of rallies, 100 years of rivalries, 100 years of nations meeting not in conflict, but in competition. From black and white beginnings to high definition dreams, from local heroes to global icons. This is the legacy of the World Table Tennis Championships 2026. And now we bring it home. Inside the OVO Arena Wembley, where history meets the future, we don't just celebrate a sport, we celebrate movement, we celebrate culture, we celebrate connection. Because every rally tells a story, every point writes history, every player carries a nation and a dream. London, you lit the spark, the world carried the flame, and now, 100 years later we return, not to look back, but to rise forward, faster, stronger, together. This is more than a championship, this is a century in motion. Let the games begin.
OVO Arena, Wembley, let's play table tennis. In 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here come the teams. Representing Team China today.
So out first, the most dominant dynasty of this sport, Team China. Wang Yidi steps out into the OVO Arena. Tong will be out next, but we will not see either of these two in this matchup. The next one on the conveyor belt, Kwai-Man, the creative attacker with a big grin. World number 2, one of the best that this sport's ever seen. Won Mon-yu will come up first. And Wembley erupts for the world number 1, for the team captain, for Sha, for Sun-Yin Sha, and no pose, all business. United as a team, they walk forward towards center court.
Representing Japan today, it's Mende.
And Mende comes out first, the youngster. We haven't seen her here, but brilliant experience for the youngster. Miyu Nagasaki, smooth as silk, but again, we will not see her in this final. Because the third place goes to Honoka Hashimoto. Cannot wait to see her on court. Hina Hayata, who has had a resurgence in 2026, will go up against the world number 1. And Miwa Harimoto steps out, and there's the signature pose. And a little trip and a stumble as Miwa comes down the entrance ramp, and I am delighted to welcome alongside me in the booth my friend, table tennis aficionado Fraser Riley. Fraser, what an epic encounter we got here.
It is a royal weekend of table tennis, an honor to be here at this centenary celebration. We're about to get the ball rolling with the era-defining rivalry. The 6th time on the bounce, the all-time greats China take on Japan in the grand finale. Here's a look at China's event results. 23-time world champions.
They saw off such a spirited performance from Romania in the semi-final. Sun-Yin Sha, world number 1, leading the team. Won Mon-yu, who will be on court first, world number 2, and then Kwai-Man, the youngster, so creative, so attacking, will go up against Honoka Hashimoto. But what about this Japanese team?
Yeah, they are so young. Such a breath of fresh air. Here's a look at their results. They beat the host England 3-0. The Busan bronze medalist France. Obviously a brand new format this year, Joe, with stage 1A, the top 8 teams in the world showing down before we even get to the knockout rounds, playing for positioning. Really interesting.
Miwa Harimoto, the teenager, world number 5. Crazy to think she's still so young, but she leads this team out. Hina Hayata, the left-handed spin maestro, and then Honoka Hashimoto, the defensive dynamo. Such a mix-up of styles there as well. Yeah. It's going to be beautiful.
Very dynamic squad. It is so good to see Honoka Hashimoto there in 3rd position, because she is such a walking highlight reel. But first, let's focus on the tail of the table between Wang Mon-yu and Miwa Harimoto. Miwa looking for her first win against Wang Mon-yu, just like Hayata will be against Sun-Yin Sha.
All the work to do for the Japanese team. Miwa has to land that first win on the world number 2 here, as we see Rita Nathaga, who will be in the umpire's chair for this one. Tata coin toss time to determine which player will serve first.
Blue for Japan and red for China. You win the toss. Take this side and service for China.
So Miwa wins the toss and calls the side. It's the leaning racket reveal as well, where the players will go and grab their equipment before the warm-ups will get underway. Fraser, are we likely to see anything like the epic encounter we saw in Busan?
Oh my goodness, I hope we do. It was 3-2. Hina Hayata there beating the 2-time Olympic champion Chen Meng, the Hurricane Hirano, the former Asian champion, beating Wang Yidi to take them 2-1 up. Miwa Harimoto featured in the final. She didn't get a win. Sun-Yin Sha again beating Hina Hayata.
Big dog came out when they needed her most, the world number one. Look at the celebration to take it to a decider, and then it was Chongmeng against Miwa who got it done.
You should have seen it in the training hall before that deciding match. Liu Guoliang just one-to-one with Chongmeng in the training hall. It is just such a prestigious event, this one. 100 years of the ITTF World Championships. This means everything.
The players have changed in the last 2 years, but the rivalry has not, as we take a look at Miwa Haramoto, 17 years of age, already 9 senior career titles to her name. She is tasty, but you mentioned it, 11 times these two have met, and 11 times it is this woman who has won the occasion.
We shouldn't think too much about Miwa's age, because they won't be. Wang Wenyu is going to treat this just like she's playing anybody else, and Miwa has made losing a habit against the very best Chinese players. She's going to want to put that right here.
No better time to do it. Match format, a reminder, it is a best of 5 games, a race to 3 games. As we take a look at the finer details, nothing but the best for the best players in the world. The DHS tables, the T-bar floor, and the butterfly ball. If you're in, Fraser, the Japanese corner for Miwa, what do you want to see tactically early from her?
If I'm Coach Nakazawa, I want to see her imposing with the backhand where possible, switching the direction of play, being subtle and crafty in the serve-receive. We often talk about the footwork of Miwa. She's close to the table, quite backhand base. She's going to have to get the forehand in and make it count.
Yeah, we're only, what, a few hours away from Silverstone F1 circuit here. These two, if you've not seen them before, Miwa Haramoto blistering down the straight line speed, but it's Wang Wenyu who more often than not can navigate the chicanes a little bit better. Well, that's it. Talking done. Warm-ups done. The crowd start to rumble. Wang Wenyu will kick us off here in game 1. Some stats for you, Fraser. Wang Wenyu,
hit me.
Throughout the whole of 2025, for the highest percentage of points won off your own serve, Wang Wenyu came top.
Oh, defensive diligence from Wang Wenyu. What a point. Incredible.
Just a wonderful point in the early phase of this game, and it went back and forth.
We're just meant to be getting the ball rolling here. No testing of the waters. These two are familiar.
23 of the highest quality shots there.
But that was some stat that you mentioned there, Joe. Wang Wenyu, the best server of 2025.
Miwa lands her second point of the game. Yeah, Wang Wenyu finished with a 56.8% win rate on her own serve, but you want to know something crazy? She also topped the leaderboard, as we see father Yu Haramoto in the corner. Wang Wenyu also topped the stats for receiving serve as well.
Wow.
Again, 58%. So it shows you how dominant she is over everyone in the world, apart from the world number 1, Xia Xia. But this has been an aggressive start from Miwa.
The thing is, right now, Wang Wenyu serving pendulum. He was able to receive that quite early. Take control with the backhand. It's the shovel serve of Wang Wenyu that, for me, is the best serve in the world. It is so handcuffing. We haven't seen it yet. I imagine she'll be keeping some cards close to her chest, the world number 2. Heavy spin shot from Miwa Haramoto.
Yeah, she can't afford to hold those cards for a little bit longer because she's already 1-4 down here in this opener.
5-1.
Eyebrows are raised. There's that backhand you mentioned.
Enormous receive to the side spin on the serve. Miwa's very comfortable coming in with the backhand from the middle. As I say, backhand-based player.
So if you're on you, would you look to serve? Is it just try and get away from that backhand?
Not necessarily, because she might want to bait Miwa and then take you into the middle or forehand.
Such a good point. It's a chess match at this level.
The serve stats of Wang Manyu are so good because she's always thinking about what it's setting up, right? Playing one shot with the next in mind. There she is, finding her flow with the backhand, the rhythm, tempo.
It's a three-point ball game here, early in game one. It was a long serve by Miwa, and then a backhand that fired up the line.
Playing with real authority, the youngster. She is a real stoic, Miwa.
And again, that backhand up the line.
Perfect play.
And the celebration as well. Is this how you approach a game? When you have played someone 11 times and lost 11 times, you have to try and bring something different.
Oh, 100%, and that's what sometimes frustrates me about the Japanese. So technically capable, but you just want to see more risk-taking here.
Well, that was absolute power from Miwa. I said she might have the advantage in straight line speed, and she showed it there. 8-2, she leads in this opener.
Oh, strawberry as well, fruitful for the youngster. She is playing out of her skin here, Joe. And look at this. All optimism remains guarded. This is steely determination.
Yeah, it's not about how you start, it's how you finish, but it's a brilliant start so far for Team Japan.
We've got to hold our horses here. I mean, what a performance yesterday. What a reality check. Alexia LeBron destroying Liang Jinkun in the first 2 games and still losing. You can never count out Wang Manyu or anyone from Team China.
3-9.
Bulletproof psychologically. It is a great start though.
And it brings about 8 game points. 7 game points, I should say. My math's not working early here in London.
Split. 3-10.
Ball just flicking the net. Point will restart here.
You can see the footwork issue of Miwa. Planting the feet because she has to, well, she wants to stay close to the table. So you can see her. She plants the feet and she does sometimes struggle to reach the wider ball. I think the best combination for Manyu is going to be going into the middle and then playing the ball wide to forehand or backhand. Preferably forehand though, I think.
And that's why you don't want to play to that backhand.
Japan.
Because Miwa Haramoto is devastating when it's flying on. And such an impressive start from the teenager here.
Yeah. And already Marlin, the magician, 2008 Olympic champion, he has to try to get involved. There's Rui Nakazawa, appointed as the head coach of the Japanese women, January 2025. We'll be delighted with that first game.
で、中継プレーだったら、だからスズキ、ストーブ、チキラ、混ぜるの方がいい。
Look at this, a packed arena, the hottest ticket in town, the Oval Arena, Wembley. to see this women's final. And Miwa Haramoto has started off like a runaway train, Fraser.
A good lightning strike twice, even 3 times.
We see this a lot, don't we? Team China dropping the first game, but then just switching the game up on its head.
It's like you poke the bear, prod the bee's nest. You're setting yourself up very, very well here, Miwa. And I think the key thing to know is that she's serving aggressively, forcing Wang Mengyu to enter the storm straight away. Wang Mengyu, if she can vary play, start with slow spin, construct, Miwa's going to struggle to adapt to the change in rhythm, change in tempo. I do think there are more ways that Wang Mengyu can win points. So Miwa has to continue exactly where she left off.
We say it all the time, Miwa Haramoto, just a reminder, 17 years old, but so mature already. And there is the backhand up the line again. They've come locked and loaded with some tactics here, haven't they?
They really have. Look at that flick of the wrist from Miwa Haramoto, threads it through the eye of a needle.
12 of the last 16 points as Wang Mengyu changes serve.
Already. Wow. Backhand serve, square to the table. Oh!
Could we see an early timeout here?
This is awesome.
In the corner of Team China.
It wouldn't be out of the question.
Because at the moment, Miwa Haramoto, and that backhand in particular, is doing so much damage here. And it's Miwa who is taking control of these backhand exchanges.
She's looking for revenge, Miwa Haramoto, because Wang Mengyu beat her at the World Championships last year in Doha. Straight game knockout from Mengyu.
Mengyu also beat her earlier in the year here at the WTT Singapore Smash. That was a match where she went 2-0 up. Right now, she finds herself 1-0 down and 5-1 down in the second. As Ma Lin and Tontong look on with some concern. Is this a crucial one? Because you've got to feel that Shasha's going to put out. Look at the percentage of points won on serve. 72%. Is that a testament to what you said about Miwa using the serve to drag Wang Mengyu into speed exchanges?
Yeah. She's forcing her to enter that storm. I think we're going to have to see that shovel serve that I was talking about, Joe. The serve that helped to get that, what, 58% success rate in 2025.
Please play.
She's channeling what we saw in Chongqing, Joe.
It's such a brilliant point because in Chongqing, Wang Mengyu, world number 2, walked out onto court against Japanese star Satsuki Odo. And we were there as commentary team, and Satsuki Odo did a very similar approach to Miwa. Long, fast serve, and absolute full send on the next one.
Sling to high heaven. Now, Miwa off the table can't do what Odo can do.
Yeah.
Not many can, but we're seeing a similarly aggressive approach with the first and third ball.
And a reminder, this is a best-of-5 game match. Wang Mengyu has to get going shortly. And that will help. 7. A bludgeoning backhand of her own. She goes back to the backhand serve. Sorry, Fraser. 3-7 down. But she simplified that serve, hasn't she? You clocked it early.
Yeah. I mean, there are advantages to the backhand serve. You're square to the table. You don't have to make as big of a compound movement to play your third ball. I do think overall, though, it's playing a little bit into the hands of Miwa. As I say, I think Wang Mengyu should try to play the shovel serve and adjust where she's serving from. Serve from the middle or the forehand side into short forehand.
It's another strawberry from Miwa, but Wang Mengyu is now taking the opportunity to counterpunch.
She's got to make it a more forehand-orientated battle. Nice slow spin, got the bat high because of the lack of time that she had and redirected.
And And look at what it means to the Chinese bench. What was starting to look like this game was slipping away from the world number 2 is now just a 2-point ball game. Will we see the fast serve from Miwa? We don't, but it was another bait trap, wasn't it?
A floater. And we see float serves used so brilliantly by the pro players. It's all on the receiver, and the server gives them nothing to work with or against.
It's a big point you've got to feel for Miwa Haramoto to just halt that surging momentum.
And just when you felt like the table was turning, no, Miwa with 2 points on serve. 2 away from going 2-love up in match 1 between Japan and the all-time greats.
Strawberry again.
5-10.
And Miwa Haramoto got the feet moving. We saw the dance moves in the pre-match show. And Miwa just showing twinkle toes out here. And she's got 5 game points for this second.
Beautiful.
1-1-U counters that change of pace in a rally. It's a thing of beauty.
You just see she had to give herself a little bit more time because she was under fire, took a step off the table. It's amazing how even when she's not behind the ball, she can still play the backhand, flick through the wrist.
And it's a little bit of your own medicine back to you for 1-1-U. Backhand out to the wide forehand. Not done yet, to your point earlier. They are so hard to kill off. Team China always seem to find a way.
And now, it could be timeout time for Miwa Haramoto.
Because 1-1-U is within 2 points now. And she's got 2 of her own serves.
I think psychologically now, this is a must-win game for Miwa. If she doesn't win this, with the lead that she has, that is a tough cobweb to sweep away.
Back to the pendulum serve we go.
She's like a boa constrictor. It's incredible how she's so poised before she strikes.
You called it. Timeout time in the corner of Miwa Haramoto. She will go back to Coach Nakazawa to just calm everything down and try and get this game 2 over the line.
で次もうミス出ても点を時1分サーブの時1分変化入れる変化というのは例えば中いのでもいい伸びるやつでもいい例えば枠前伸びる
なんか今伸びるの日本語慣れてるから
入れてくるやそこ多分強打ないでしょ枠前の若干長くてもまあ外側に伸びるやつでいやそれ自信なかったらまあ直接長いミドル長いでもいいとか
フォア側から出すかバック側から出すか
それは自分のあんたが自分自信持ってるやつやればいいそう次のしっかりつなげで攻めるようにね相手ミドルフォア強い優先でただ自分のフォアにやられた時にでかすぎない攻めてでもいいつなぎでもいい連続はでそこにいい位置失わないようにね攻める時はここで粘ってくるからしっかり準備ね
Time, please.
頑張れ頑張れ強気強気
Listen to the noise in this place for what feels like it could be a monumental moment in this final.
9-10.
1-1-U is on serve, but Miwa Haramoto still has game point. What a timeout!
11-9, game 2, Japan.
And and she looks like she's just chilling at the London Library. Such an impressive point from Miwa Haramoto, because she found herself under pressure, Fraser.
It's interesting, because even though Miwa Haramoto comes out on top by the skin of her teeth in that game, I do think we've seen a huge momentum change. Wang Mengyu is going from strength to strength, and there's still time for the world number 2 to come back into this one. This is far from over.
We have a look in the training hall. Hina Hayata getting ready for a massive matchup against the world number 1. She will take massive confidence, surely, from what's happening on centre court, as we see Sunyin Shah just preparing to melt backhand with that special power she has. But Miwa Haramoto is 2-0 up. But as you say, Fraser, feels like this is now more of a 50-50 tussle.
Miwa Haramoto wins this match 3-love. It would be absolutely mind-blowing, wouldn't it? She's never beaten her in 11 previous attempts. This kind of head-to-head is shaping up into what we see between Sunyin Shah and Hina Hayata.
Stop it. Changes of direction all over the place. Power on every shot. Just gorgeous in London here.
You can see the youth players.
Chen-Yi up there.
Chen-Yi, what a US smash it was for her last year, reaching the final. But Miwa Haramoto here, taking another good step in the right direction. Forehand flick.
We always talk about the Miwa backhand, but when the forehand is flying like this, she's so complete.
You know, her and Tomo are so similar in so many ways. Wow. This is really important for Miwa. We saw in game number 2 bringing out the strawberry flicks. Time out here from Marlin. It's important to continually reinvent yourself. Just because something's working doesn't mean you should keep doing it all the time, because you become predictable. Brilliant stuff here from Miwa.
现在关键是这个天坛板里面，现在里头要不你就发不清楚，发装不在一起。看中间发了。
发球里面，接发球里面现在站不住，所有球全被抢，不管是拧还是摆，全部前三秒都抢到了。
那你现在就
拼命加主人，我加主人就是。
现在接发球里面，你就接一个平稳的，你自己感觉怎么接完以后后面好衔接就怎么接，都没关系，好吧？没问题啊。
So much advice being given from Marlin. From Tong Tong, in particular around the backhand motion in the corner of Wang Mengyu. She's got it all to do. You're on the big screen, smile.
1-3.
I'll ask you a question about Miwa in a moment, Fraser. Because she is rising to the occasion here in Wembley. And that question is, she played in the final that we saw 2 years ago, just 15 years old. She came out twice. She played in the decider, just 15 years old. How much will that experience help her now?
Priceless. Yes, she lost both of those matches, and in hindsight, we can say maybe they should have gone with Nina Ito, a player who has had some significant victories over the Chinese A-listers. But Miwa Haramoto is a genius. She is In terms of personality, rock solid, very grounded. That was an investment. It feels like too big of a match for it to be an investment, but look at her here.
Absolutely.
Left.
But so far, it's been a good timeout in the corner of Team China, because the last 2 points have gone the way of Wang Monyu.
Float serve, and you can just see the force through the shot there is sublime. We'll really see it from Miwa Haramoto. She produces the most force through the shot in the women's team. Sora Matsushima on the men's side.
And we'll see him a little bit later on.
Quite the edge of the table there.
Oh, it's again.
3-5.
And I guess this is also the counterpoint to timeouts. Yes, you get a great chance to speak with your coach, but your opposition also get the same thing. And Miwa coming back now with two backhands to the wide forehands.
That is irresistible. Yeah. That is a scrumptious backhand. Did you see the bend on it? She came across the ball to protect the crossover and play it out wide. 2 birds, 1 stone. But Wang Monyu is ominous.
Yeah,
she's got to be. I want to know what you think about this, Joe. Is she the best ever player to never be a world #1?
I think she's extremely unfortunate to be born in the same time as Sun Yin Sha, because I think without Sha, you are looking at one of the best to ever do it. Seat in the house for the leaning ball girl. It's a 1-point ball game here.
The depth. Getting her into that crossover.
Is it on Wang Monyu to not make this a backhand exchange?
You can make it backhand, but you've got to get it into the middle. You've got to get Miwa into the crossover. You've got to stitch her up and then stretch her.
He's shouting to the rafters here in support. And it is 5-5 in a must-win for Wang Monyu. Was that the first sign of a little bit of passiveness from Miwa Haramoto?
I think it's just the length on that receive. It's half long. The first bounce is halfway on Miwa's side, and that's the beauty of the half long. Will it or will it not come long enough to wait for an attack? It didn't. Miwa realized it too late. You can just see the rip, the shred from Wang Monyu here. She is stepping up to the plate, and maybe the comeback is on.
She thundered that backhand, and look at the response. And it is now Wang Monyu who holds a 2 points advantage.
8-5.
Make that a 4 points advantage. She's 2 away from adding another game to this matchup. What's changed, Fraser?
It's a psychological shift. We saw, even though she lost that last game, scar power. The fact that she was able to put together that streak has reminded Miwa what she is up against here.
And Wang Monyu, just like that, from 1-3 down, a brilliant timeout called, because now she has 5 game points.
If Miwa Haramoto loses this game, she's going to have to go into the game 4 as though she's 2-1 down, with that underdog mentality. Because she will be until the fat lady sings.
Listen to this place, responding to the world #2, up in the ante here. A beautiful combination of spin and then devastating power. Won Monyu is dragging this one back. Perfectly poised here in the opener, in the final here over Arena Wembley.
就是要坚决啊，那也就是要坚决的啊，挺好，非常好，没问题啊。
他站在中间发我那个钩子半平半勾的那个球，我感觉这个球如果我一摆，有点想冒他上来拧我或者挑我啊。然后如果我要是拧的话，我这个球拧不出速度和质量，他直接就变我正手，稍微偏中一点变我正手，反手就抽我。
那你要不就哥哥，要不我藏了吗？
对，不行我就抽。
藏挺行，对对，穿等于防就完了嘛，因为相同了啊，没关系啊。
Fourth game, Japan to serve, level.
So Won Monyu, whilst she is 2-1 down in game, seems to be more in control of this tie now.
What we're seeing here right now is the difference between China and Japan. It's the resolve, it's the relentlessness, it's the undying fighting spirit. Japan have been second best for well over a decade. Can they break this 12-year curse since the 2014 Worlds in Japan?
And it just seems that Won Monyu just is bringing so many different tools from the tool belt out to this.
This is it. Now she's controlling the tempo, and Miwa's panicking. She wants the constant pace, the youngster. She wants the fast and furious rallies where she can more comfortably switch down the lines, play the parallels, as she did so well in games 1 and 2. This ain't, with all due respect, the Singapore Smash or the champions in Japan. This is the pinnacle. This is a World Championship final. And if Miwa is to get her first ever victory over a Hall of Famer from China, it's going to take something even more special.
And it just feels like Won Monyu is moving the youngster all over the table. You can see Miwa's style is always hunting for backhands. And Won Monyu is not giving it there. She's putting it into that crossover. She's putting it into forehand.
That was an awesome shot from Monyu there. In Matrix mode, Monyu. The Haramoto doing what she does best.
Yeah, those backhands. Just staggering the way she hits it. She's on the board here in the 4th game. But that will not help. Is that just a case of trying to push the margins so much to try and force Won Monyu into a speed exchange?
Yeah. Not a massive fan of this shovel serve. I think short, half long, it's great. Long, I think you've got to go with pendulum. I think you've got to go with pendulum. It's very difficult to generate the right amount of force with that shovel serve. Go long.
And we saw this earlier in the games. Miwa using that backhand to Won Monyu's wide forehand.
Plays the Wong Yudi special there, that backhand punch.
Let 5-2.
I love the sound of Ninja warming up in the training hall next door.
Don't think Hayata does.
Ooh, this gets interesting. Because Miwa has now brought this back to a 2-point ball game with 2 serves to come.
What I do like from Miwa is that she hasn't been afraid to play the strawberries, the pushers. Nice.
It's that crossover, isn't it, from one on you?
Because of the modern game, how it's become faster, because of the change in ball, on average, you're seeing table tennis play closer to the table. And that's why we've seen the modernization of styles and more backhand-based players nowadays. Because if you want to play consecutive backhands, you can save time like Miwa does. It's more expensive in terms of time recovery to play consecutive forehands. But the very best players in the world, on the men and women's side, are players who will bring out the forehand in testing times.
She's got to bring that forehand to the table here, Miwa Haramoto. Finds herself 2 points down in this must-win for Won Won Yu.
Slow spin. That is the perfect shutdown from Won Won Yu. But again, what we're seeing here is predominantly psychological. We felt it, we saw it in game number 2.
And it's kick long. And Won Won Yu has a 4-point advantage now. She's 3 away from taking us to a decider. How fast that exchange was.
That was violent. Lassoing out the backhands, but there's still table there. Miwa Haramoto couldn't believe it.
And you've got to think, if Miwa can't win these type of exchanges, it's going to be very tough for her to get this over the line. And now Won Won Yu has 6 game points here to take us to a 5th. From the depths of defeat, we are now heading to a 5th game in this opener.
Coming in with this Bruce Lee mentality, Won Won Yu. Be like water. The zen, the stoicism. That is exactly what embodies this player right here. What a comeback. It almost feels inevitable that she's going to win this decider. So what are we going to see from Miwa Haramoto, who now is shaken and stirred?
So the players return to the table for this decider. Fraser, as we have a look at the record in deciding games, and it favors the world number 2. There was a moment after the second game where we went on mute and you said, this is done. And I said, wow, you think Miwa's going to win this 3-0? And you went, no, Won Won Yu is going to get this done 3-2. Nostradamus or what? It's not there yet. But I want to ask you, once this first point is over, what were you seeing that led you to believe Wang Mengyu was going to get this back?
When Wang Mengyu made the comeback to 10-9 in game number 2, I saw a monumental loss in confidence. And we see it quite frequently in table tennis. Some of the world's best are guilty of it. They get into a big lead and they lose confidence. They jinx themselves. It began to dawn on Miwa Haramoto what she was on track to achieving here in match 1 of this tie. And that's curtains. If you stop and think about the finish line for a second against Wang Mengyu, it is done and dusted. Let's not write her off here. But it's not looking too good here for Miwa, let's be honest.
She's got to find a way to change. The world number 2 has changed her approach. She's so tactically adept. She's brought different weapons to this battle. And Miwa's just found herself a little bit stuck in game plan A. She's got to find a plan B. And she's got to find it now. Flick of the net.
She might need a little bit of luck here, Miwa Haramoto. Just something to, psychologically speaking, knock Wang Mengyu down a peg or two.
Lit. 2-1.
Again, it's Miwa Haramoto making the change now. Father Yu Haramoto clapping. The rest of Team China on their feet. Do you like tactically the change-up that Miwa's brought here?
She's getting that forehand in. This is her new and improved weapon. It's strong, stronger than ever. But she has to keep looking for it. That's the thing. If you're not looking for it, you're not going to play it.
She needs to start looking for it because Wang Mengyu is targeting it. And it'll be fascinating to see if Wang Mengyu starts to mix up the tempo again, the placement again, and just react to this mini surge from the teenager.
And that was a perfect call there, Joe, because we just saw that switch up in spin. If you want to slow the game down, usually you have to play with a little bit more spin. Came up it a bit more.
This is where the technical details really come into favour. We'll talk about that in a second.
Great effort from Miwa Haramoto. She extended the racket in her hand, extended rally, and Wang Mengyu gets a net call back there.
So close, yet so far for Miwa.
Not able to improvise, the youngster.
So difficult when that ball is absolutely loaded with spin. The young Miwa fan in the crowd. Packed house here in the OVO Arena, Wembley. We are split 3 apiece in this decider. And is this, I mentioned about technical details, the difference between when these players play a backhand then forehand, with Miwa really overextending and really rotating round.
I mean, it generates so much quality on the shot, but in terms of recovery, can be expensive. Maybe Mengyu will bait her into playing an opening spin and then counter, drive.
It's the strawberry again.
A dazzling display of flair from Miwa Haramoto. 2 ahead at the change of ends, Joe.
And she's responding to the moment. Is the 17-year-old. She's responding to the change in tactics. as Wembley erupts.
You can talk about momentum, confidence, but when it gets down to a decider, anything can happen.
Mende on her feet there, applauding. And the momentum has massively swung back in the favor of Team Japan's Harimoto.
And she plays a rocket of a backhand. Wow. Miwa Harimoto, when it looked like she plummeted, when it looked like the wind was knocked out of her sails. Look at her go now, Joe.
4-point advantage for the 17-year-old. Such good adjustment. We say it all the time. As much as we've given her stick for being 2-0 up and getting dragged back to 2-0 and not looking like she could find the answers, she's starting to find them here. And it's on Won Mon-yu to try and drag this back.
Looking at this match with a bigger picture in mind, this is a match right here that will make or break Miwa Harimoto. It will also make or break Team Japan in this grand finale, a finale which we've seen the last 5 World Team Championships.
Shovel serve to come. Look at the precision from Miwa Harimoto.
She's getting Manu earlier into that middle to stop Manu from dictating where the ball's going, forced into a fanning shot, Manu. My word.
Miwa Harimoto is 2 points away. A reminder, she is 11-0 in this matchup. What a time it would be to get your first win on the world #2. She survived the net scare here and finished it with a beautiful forehand. And this 17-year-old continues to dazzle under the brightest lights. Liftoff in London for Miwa Harimoto.
Japan, 3-2.
That is staggering. The 17-year-old had faced the world #2 11 times. She started like a runaway train, going 2-0 up. She got dragged back into a decider. And I wouldn't forgive you for thinking like we would, that this was over. But this 17-year-old came up with answers and she passed the exam at the perfect moment.
And we touched upon Busan 2 years ago. The experience, that priceless experience, despite not coming away with a victory. When China ended up beating Japan 3-2. Look at her now. Fast forward the clock. Miwa Harimoto has beaten Won Mon-yu in the World Championship final.
And she didn't do it going backhand to backhand, which is what we always see from her. It was forehands, it was clever changes of direction. Wow, an upset in match #1. Miwa Harimoto coming up with a massive win when her team need her most. The leader of Team Japan has put Japan 1-0 up in this final. And up next is another massive battle that is heavily skewed in the favor of Team China with the history books. The world #1, Shasha, will be on court up against Hina Hayata. And it's coming up right now. Welcome back inside the OVO Arena Wembley, where you are joining us for the women's team final. And look at that, Team Japan have taken the first step forward. Miwa Haramoto with an absolute stunning victory over the world number 2. But now is the time for Shasha, the world number 1, will walk onto court with an 18-0 record over Hina Hayata. All to do for the Japanese star, but it was exactly the same story a moment ago. And Miwa did the impossible. Could Hayata do it? It's time for the Tata coin toss.
Blue for Japan, red for China. This is red. Receive. Japan to serve. That side.
So Hayata picking her side that she wants to play. First from lean in, racket reveal time. As I welcome in next to me, Adam Bobber. Adam, I just want to take a moment to catch your thoughts on what we just saw with Miwa Haramoto's shocking victory over Wang Wanyu.
Yeah, that was truly incredible. When you think back to yesterday's completely headlining match, Liang Jinquin stealing the day. The difference was Miwa wasn't beaten 11-3 and 11-1. Every game was crazy, but the momentum was heavily with Wang Wanyu. After coming back from way down and dominating, Miwa showed just the most incredible focus. Think about what it takes to win an entire match, even in a best of 5 against someone as good as Wang Wanyu. But when we look at the head-to-head here, 0-18, this is like Dima and Ma Long. If it's ever gonna happen, well, I will say Hina Hayata put up an incredibly good fight last time. And the focus that we saw from Miwa, we have to imagine the same is here for Hina Hayata. This was her last night.
She came up against Sabina Vincent. She proved that it was just a breeze in the wind, and it was a fantastic comeback victory for Hayata.
And I guess by last night, I mean yesterday morning, started off the day, but man, Team Germany's women, especially with Sabina, this was quite a win for Japan. I think Miwa Haramoto is gonna just exhale, breathe, and watch. You have to imagine that she's memorized all her lines for a match with Sun-Ying Xia. That's the 4th. When you look at the head-to-heads here in the 3rd, first of all, just if you're newer to table tennis, check out Her Royal Highness Sun-Ying Xia, the most dominant woman in the game for 3 years, world number 1, untouched. That said, the head-to-heads, 18-0, Hina Hayata averages less than 1 game per match across 18 matches. So it's fair to say she is by far the underdog here. And with Joshua Reynolds here, our head umpire, he'll probably know this, but Honoka Hashimoto is playing in the 3rd spot against Kwai Mon. She's 2-0, she's only dropped 1 game, but it's been some time, and Kwai Mon has developed quite a bit. That said, she's the only Chinese player before Wang Wanyu against Miwa to lose a match.
Fascinating storylines unfolding here in front of us in the latest chapter in this storied, epic encounters between these two superpowers. But it is Shasha time. It's up to Hayata to try and halt history, to try and land some damage on the world number 1.
First game. Japan to serve. Love all.
Smiles already on our faces, Adam.
Because we know what we're in for. In terms of the tactical battles, the speed and the quality of rally, these two are going to be looking for the best performances of their life. Shasha, much like Wang Chuqin, will be dependent on, if she plays twice, to deliver 2 wins and nothing less.
1 all.
Make the case then for Hayata, because this left-handed, we normally see the spinny backhand. This time, a little bit more power. If she is to somehow get this done, what's the kind of routes to victory?
When's the last time you applied for a job 18 times and got rejected every time? I'll follow up on that in a minute. All that to say, if something is not working and you've tried 18 times, you can guarantee yourself that Hina Hayata's looking for something new. And it's not just her. There's a rich history of table tennis in Japan. Japan dominated before China did.
Blockbuster rallies already early in this one. Xia getting the feet moving.
Sunshiny shoes, Su Ying-Xia, the fastest, the most complete, and on the move. That backhand is an uncomfortable ball sinking into the crossover.
You see a big celebration already from the world number one. She knows what this means. She's got to try and level this up in the high overall.
2-3.
How much of this for Hayata is about just being brave and taking risks as well?
It's a huge factor. She comes into this knowing that she has to do that she has to do the unthinkable and think about doing it time and time again. Just like this, the opening, the recovery, and then the third shot she plays in this rally. Check this out. Spin wide, way forward. Those are just the last two. And you saw the way she opened. Low percentage shots, a high percent of the time. Satsuki Odo beat Wang Manyu 3-0 playing this tactic. Satsuki Odo reinvigorated herself by reinventing her game by taking these high-risk shots.
We are now tied after the first 6 points. Nothing to do there when the ball flicks the net and dies.
Little clip there, a little fortune for Baby Buddha, quick to acknowledge. Coach Nakazawa nods his head as if to say, okay, part of the game. It's behind us now.
It's another backhand that finds the wide forehand of Xia.
The timing on this, suffocating. It's sort of like Fang Zhendong said, never get up. Of course, he meant never give up, but the ball here didn't have a chance to come up because it was that early that she took it. She was quick to decide, and that's going to be a crucial factor here.
The power that Xia can bring to the table is just staggering, isn't it?
Power is one of them, the mental resilience. I think, again, Liang Jinquin, it's tough not to talk about his incredible comeback yesterday, but we've seen it from a handful of Chinese players over the years, this mental, just incredibly mentally strong game.
5-all.
But if you're in Team Japan's corner, you are going to be very happy with how the first 10 points have played out, because this is a 50-50 tussle. Locked at 5 points apiece. Worth saying that these two actually met at the Singapore Smash recently. And on that occasion, it was Xia who won 4-2, but at one point they were locked at 2 games apiece. What Hayata would give to be in that position right now. in a deciding game.
All.
You saw Chun Yi there. He's been inside the world top 10. Think about how strong this squad is. She's here as a sparring partner. They had 3 competitions in China to determine who would qualify. Outside of Wang Manyu, because she was the National Games champion of China. Sun Yinsha, the world champion, so they automatically qualified. The other 3 spots were 3 internal competitions. Chun Xingtong beat Chun Yi in the finals in the first. Semifinals for Wang Yidi in the second beat Chun Yi. And then in the finals for the third, Wang Yidi.
7-6.
So that's tough to be as good as Chun Yi is and still not be here, but the future's bright for China, especially on the women's side.
Also worth saying, Hayata qualifying for her side on world ranking as well. Top 2 coming through, her and Miwa. She's had a brilliant start to 2026.
She's leading now by 1. Whoa. People are shushing and someone's yelling China. In English.
7-6.
It's rare.
Hayata with a slender 1-point advantage here. Look at the reaction from the world number 1. I love it.
You brought up teams, and I think it's very interesting because die-hard table tennis fans, you can find them all over this arena, the legends of the game. And this is a face that is a familiar face that we've seen from Hugo Calderano, Alexis Lebrun, Nina Mittelham. It's tough to be there, but they know they need to be there.
8-7.
We'll come back to team selection maybe when it's not as tight of a scoreline or later, but in short, the Japanese women's team with no Mima Ito, no Satsuki Odo, despite beating Wang Manyu 3-0 recently and having a stingy surprise factor. You've got Rin Mende, you've got Miyu Nagasaki, and Japan knows what they're doing.
And it's some of the softer, finer feeling play from the world number 1. That puts her 2 points away from this opening game.
It's tough to play a touch shot from the baseline and keep it short, much like receiving. Hina Hayata on the other side now with the serves.
Flick the back edge.
7-10.
That's one of those shots where you apologize, but in your head, you're celebrating.
I wonder, in terms of character, her, Wang Tuqin, Ma Long, I wonder.
11-7. Game.
Comes
to
down
China.
long. I wonder if it flicked the net for the apology from Hayata, but she was apologizing because the ball stung off the thigh.
That's what it was. It was the sting pong factor here. There was such a welt sound here. Shasha doesn't care. Go men, go men. Polite culture here, polite person. Hina Hayata, a tight fight, was up 7-6, but 5 in a row. Sun Yinsha doing what Her Royal Highness does.
So the party well underway here inside a packed over Arena Wembley. Players coming out now for game 2. You mentioned it, Adam. Hayata was 7-6 up in that opener, and then things changed. Shah took the next 5. What do you think it was that changed?
I'll tell you what it is. It's mental toughness, it's preparation. It's the reason that no matter how many times
China to serve. Love all.
a player has a lead or a good start against a Chinese world-class player, which almost sounds redundant, but they don't have a good finish. It's not their fault.
One love.
When you said it's 50-50 at 5-5, I sort of wanted to say Yeah, if you look at the scoreboard, but if you look at the percentages, there's just different weight on the last points of the game.
Yeah, it's not about how you start, it's how you finish. And Team China over the years have just finished magnificently.
1-all.
Had to race in to catch this one early. Hina Hayata making some quick moves. Again, it's going to be high risk from her throughout, but she's going to have to be incredibly calculated at taking these uncomfortable shots. The timing. This might sound like a lot to say as we look at Petra Serling here, Ittf president, and we've got the IOC head here, Wahid from Nigeria, who's done magic for table tennis, Virginia Sung, CEO of USATT, AGM from all around the world. It's amazing. Everybody's here for this party.
Yeah, best seats in the house.
Now this might sound grim. This is sort of a must-win for Team China. With the head-to-head of Honoka in the third spot, Japan already leading 1-0. We saw what happened with France. There are no guarantees. On the men's side even, China is still the strongest team, and this might be the most questionable they've been in decades. But on the women's side, they're as stable as can be, yet they're trailing 0-1, and Hina Hayata is bringing some incredible determination and pressure.
We see another example of this baseball bat home run style forehand that the world #1 has. What is it about this Xia forehand that's just, it seems to have an extra 10% of power on the rest of the world?
The rest of the Chinese team shares a locker room with Sunying Xia and sees her in less clothing than she's wearing now, and they always say her muscles are crazy. It's not luck. She wasn't born into this. 50% success rate on serve, Hina. 75%, 150% of her opponent is Xia. The recovery, to have such a short stroke, to be this efficient in a game where speed matters so much. And in the women's game, even more than the men's game, it's a speed game because they stay close. They play the efficient strokes. That's why it's more backhand, let's say, dominant. You see many more backhands in the women's game than in the men's. That right there is focus.
Hayata changed up the serve location, served from wide forehand, and it presented her an opportunity, and you don't get many of them. And even that as an opportunity, the ball didn't pop up that high, did it?
Nope, fine margins here. You like fun facts?
Oh, I love them.
Okay, Sunying Xia, immediately after the team tie yesterday, came out and had a practice session. Just thought you'd like to know.
Oh, yeah. World #1 for a reason.
A lot of ways to surprise an opponent, and the long push is sort of like the Bruno of the family, the black sheep. Just, you don't talk about it much, but a long push, if it's well-timed, and by that I mean when it's least expected, can be incredibly effective, as we saw.
And it's Xia who keeps that 2-point advantage here. 6-4, and it's another brilliant forehand. Is there a case for Hayata maybe trying to spin up anywhere but that forehand?
She can be very specific. I think one reason we believe in Hina Hayata, and so does Team Japan, 2023 against Wang Yidi at the World Champs. They have a lot of reasons to believe in her, but as a spectator, as we see Maehara-san there right next to Mika Baba, the Japanese royalty, Maehara-san has been at every World Championship since 1977. The man with the glasses who looks like a warden, he's the nicest guy you'll ever meet. Shake his hand, he'll give you a pin, an omiyage, a souvenir. And also just to shout out the woman next to him, Mika Baba, 7-time national champion, has been the head coach for the women of Japan over the years and has just continued to move up the ranks. But you look up her history, it's crazy. And then we've got Ma Long and Liu Shiwen in the house. 5-time World Cup winner, and Liu Shiwen, the most of anyone and the most celebrated man in table tennis history. The GOAT by pretty much all standards. Ma Long is here, and humble as ever. He's here to learn. Back to your question about the slow spin, though. It's very, very dangerous to tickle a monster in a heavyweight boxing match. That's essentially what she'd be doing. But if it's surprising, that's going to be a huge factor. And then the follow-up, change of rhythm, funk.
I guess that's a real testament to how good Sun-Yin Sha is that you as an opponent can make the right decisions, can hit a brilliant shot, and at the end of the day, it might not matter because this woman is so good.
Yeah, and the right decisions are all relative, depending on who's standing on the other side of the table.
Right, Sha within 2 now of getting a 2-game advantage.
5,
Make
10.
that 1. A reminder, she is up 18 wins to 0. Hayata has never landed as much as a dent in the armor of the world number 1. And Sha's looking to make it 19-0.
Six.
There's been a few serves that seem to have caught Sha by surprise, though.
There are 2 players in the women's game and just in the world of table tennis that stand out for their serve variation. Mima Ito and Hina Hayata. Same generation, incredibly unpredictable. It's not easy to get Sha behind the table while you stay close, but you knew this wasn't going to be easy. Identifying as somebody who embraces challenges, as we see Reem Mende, the less famous of the 2 women on screen there, who earned her chance to be here. Talk about big opportunities. Well, 3 more of them for Sha.
11,
and she gets it done.
To China.
To this packed crowd in the Oval Arena, applauding the leader, applauding the best female player on the planet, who now has a 2-0 lead over Hina Hayata in what is a must-win, surely, for Team China. World number 1 responding to the pressure and doing what she does. In the wings, Honoka Hashimoto, the defensive dynamo, who also has some ridiculously powerful attacks when she needs them, will be on court up against the youngster Kwaiman. So creative, so attacking, but interestingly, a matchup that favors Team Japan in that one, Adam.
8-1 in games, 4-1, 4-0. It's been a while, though. Kwaiman is much younger than Honoka Hashimoto, so you could expect more change in her game mentally, physically, but back against the ropes now, Hina Hayata.
1 love.
I thought it was interesting we saw Xu Xin next to the table for the women here. As a left-hander who destroyed choppers, it's not surprising.
He's looking so slick around the hall here. Great to see him back in world table tennis. He's got a swagger about him as well that I love. The showman.
1 all.
You know, we haven't brought up the term rivalry yet. And I think we're in a safe space to explain that there is an incredible rivalry between Japan and China.
1-2.
To the point that if you've been following table tennis on the internet, you've heard some of the things that were said in stadiums to Tomokazu Harimoto. Now that's just one person. It's not an entire nation. It's one person not behaving, questionable judgment. But there's a strong rivalry. There's a rich history. Just look at the national anthem, the words of Chinese national anthem.
3-1.
It's about Japan, partially, and overcoming. And it's sort of embodies the spirit that we've seen from Wang Manyu despite not finishing in the 5th. Liang Jingqun, China in 2022 in Chengdu.
And if one massive final wasn't enough for you.
3-2.
We see a staggering forehand from the world number 1.
A Statue of Liberty pose finish from Hina Hayata, who would give a lot to get this one down on the table, but it's going to take even more. Inside-out forehand, stepping around from 2 steps behind the table. Still a 1-point lead for Hina.
And this is the level that the world number 1 forces you to try and play at. The risks to try and smother her before she absolutely uncorks a rocket at you.
Now, if they hadn't played 18 times before, a timeout now, you would imagine Hina Hayata would try to slow the game down and spin just to mix it up. And occasionally she might. But it seems that she's forcing herself not to. Rei Nakazawa down with Hina Hayata.
このゲームはもう練習すればいいね。次の勝つために、全然問題ない。もっと自信持ってやればいろんなことね。やると
我慢しなきゃいけない。
チャンスボールはさっき言ったように自分もうちょっとつなげて最後決めてでもいいし、そこらでも全3球5球までのプレーはもう許せない。そこ緩めっていう許せない。自分ミスしてでもいいくらい気持ちでやらないね。さっき設定した戦術も徹底すればいい。レシーブも思いっきりゆっくり見てから待ってからそれを聞いてるからどんどんやってそこは、横から寄ってくるでも思いっきりフリックと流しねミドルにね、
So a moment for Hayata with coach Nakazawa in the corner. Is there any case that can be made for Hayata right now, given the history, given the player she's up against, Adam?
Of course. It might be slim, narrow, tough to find. We've seen it. Not yet. But this is how we have to speak to ourselves sometimes. It hasn't happened yet.
4-3.
So complete is the world number 1. So difficult to come up with a tactical approach because she's just so strong in every facet of the game.
I feel like there's a commitment you make with yourself when you really want to be excellent at something. That you're going to be so disciplined to completely eliminate distraction. I'll talk to Xia when she retires, or maybe at an interview. But other than that, she is so focused.
3-6.
And again, it's the subtle skills, the soft hands of the world number 1.
This is what it takes to just eliminate everything else that's not in line with your goals. Smart placement this. You could see that little shuffle step. Change of pattern, the parallel here down the line. Okay, one spin right into the elbow. Xia hadn't even come down from the hop. Nice thinking there. Execution as well.
But it's still Xia with a 2-point advantage.
And 2 game for that matter, and what is a must-win for Hina Hayata.
It's another beautiful forehand up the line, though.
One thing I think we forget about with Hina Hayata, 3-time consecutive national champion of, well, the 2nd strongest women's team in the world for quite some time. She's a very clever player. After all, that win against Wang Yidi, what, 1917 in the deciding 7th? 21-19, I forget, I have to look back, but that was so mentally draining because she was forced to play a role that she doesn't, it was against type. She's a fast, aggressive player, and she was forced to play as slow as possible with as much spin as possible. And in the end, it worked.
Good Sunyin Xia is creeping towards the finish line here. As we see Team China applauding their leader, the world #1.
We have to remember, Chen Xingtong, world #3. When's the last time you saw her on the table? Quite a statement when your roster allows you to sit a bench warmer as world #3.
And just 2 points away. That forehand is such a thing of beauty. It's such a difference maker. Full commitment, full send from the world #1. And 2 serves to come now to try and close this one out.
10-5.
Match point for the world #1. Is it the edge or did it go down?
They're going to teach you out quickly. There was a disagreement, and this is like, if you have an argument, the whole yes it is, no it isn't can only last so long before someone says, let's Google it. And that's what we're doing now. TTR has entered the chat.
So Josh Reynolds has called for TTR. Did it? Oh,
down for sure.
For sure.
That said, I think the technology now is the best it's ever been for TTR, but we've seen similar calls against Truls at the Europe Smash last year, where it just left you scratching your head and going, wait, humans make machines, not the other way around.
Well, in case you wanted a little more drama, we're going to bring it to you in the form of a TTR review.
If the call, let's see here. I mean, no question.
Yeah.
That's got to be
the crowd are applauding, but it's hit the side of the table. The ball has gone down instead of outwards. So this match will continue. But it's Hayata who needs to be perfect for the next 4 if she's to extend this.
6-10.
And just to be clear, the ball can still go down and be good. It just must act differently than if it hit a wall.
Let. 6-10.
And we go on.
Timeout.
And it is a timeout called in the corner of Team China.
Just in case Sunyin Xia wasn't intimidating enough, let's just throw in the mix some of the best brains in the history of table tennis, some legends, to power her up even more while she still has 3 match points.
对我车的中间一点。
也可以，没问题嘛。他就是开拉呗，开拉的话，这时候得开速度，开速度，前进的，挺好的。然后自己发盒里嘛，可以随便发。
但是我之前还发反着转。
可以。
发上去。
可以。发以后还推小半步，好吧？然后该下手就下手，没关系，现在都领先了，没关系啊。挺好，先把球啊都调好，好。调好这个好。
Time.
So the show must go on here in London, in the big smoke. And it's on Hayata to silence this crowd and try and extend this game. World number one has 3 chances to finish it. She only needs the one. That forehand that has just ripped a hole through the rest of the world.
Oh, caught the edge.
No.
She's just sewn up that hole. Ripped, sewn back from the TTR. This is some quick fair play, but it was almost deja vu from a moment earlier.
Wow. But we're not going to TTR, right? Both players have acknowledged it.
Yep. It would have been Xia Xia's.
Oh, my word. Fair play to both. Fair play to the world number one. My goodness, we go on here.
Could barely even see it in the replay.
It's a stunner to finish it. The final nail in the coffin. And Sun-Yin Sha shows the world why she sits atop of the mountain of the world rankings. She goes 19-0 over Hayata. A spirited performance from the Japanese star, but not enough to close the gap on the world number one. Adam, seriously impressive when Team China needed their star most.
Yeah, and one of the most impressive things is the character. Remember, doing the right thing when it would, say, benefit you to do otherwise. That's not Xia Xia. She thought a ball might have caught the edge of the table, called for TTR just to double check, and acknowledged an edge ball that we could really not even say for sure we saw in the replay. But that's what she's got. She's got character, she's got class, and she's got the most complete game in the women's game right now. She's also leveled the playing field, the respect from Hina Hayata. It's now 1-1 with China and Japan, the biggest rivalry in the world.
So yes, Miwa Haramoto stepped out on court against the world number two. She went 2-0 up, got dragged back to a decider, but stood firm and beat Wang Monyu for the first time to set Team Japan on their way. Sun-Yin Sha walking on court though was too good. She did what she does, but up next is a fascinating matchup. Honoka Hashimoto, the defensive dynamo, absolutely carves the ball like it's a tornado. But Kwai Man brings some serious firepower. Attack versus defense, it's next.
Sácale chispa y dale candela. Para ver, vamos a ver si da pela. La la la, mami, todo eso se ve. Da la vuelta, ponte al revés. Pon la mano allá en la pared y gózate en esta culera. Ey, Miguelito, dale. Guaya, mami, tú eres mi presa. A mí me gusta hacerlo sin delicadeza. Mami, yo le doy bien duro con destreza. Yo sé que te gusta así, así. Sé que te vuelvo loca, que la cara se te nota. Cuando lo mío azota, te dejo todo nota. Pregunta tuya, where me from. Hey, Puerto Rico, somos de corazón. Siendo y prende el Philip Blanc. Hey, Puerto Rico, somos de corazón. Siéndolo, préndelo y pásame el plan. Bigity blanc, bigity blanc, bigity bigity blanc, blanc. Pam, 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 pam. Hey, Miguelito, dale mantecadito.
Oh man, what a time to be alive. The biggest rivalry in the game started off with Miwa Harimoto with an epic victory over Wang Monyu for her first time after 11 tries. Xia Xia doing Xia Xia things and getting her 19th victory. But here, we've got the best defensive player in the world currently, Honoka Hashimoto. See that shield on the screen? That's right, she brought a shield to a sword fight. Kwai Man on the other side. world rank number 7 currently, and she's chose to be here in front of world number 3. Time for the Tata coin toss.
I have red and blue. Red for Japan and blue for China. You want the toss? The side? The choice? Receive?
Ooh, I love it. Everybody going interesting here. I win the coin toss, I choose side. I get the choice of serve, I choose receive. Well, that's the way it goes. Leaning racket reveal. They'll check each other's equipment, but it's Honoko with the medium pips on the backhand side. The dough knuckle. She'll turn that racket around, she'll attack. Well, I'm Adam Bobrow and thrilled to be alongside close friend, fellow table tennis enthusiast, Fraser Riley. Welcome back, Fraser.
Thank you very much, Adam. Cannot wait for this attack versus defense clash here. This, on paper, looked like coming into this one, it could be fairly winnable for Honoko Hashimoto, who's never lost to Kwaiman before.
And if I remember correctly, she's only dropped 1 game across 2 matches. Okay, 4-0 last time they met, but that was 2022. If you look at the age here, 22 years old, so 4 years ago she was 18, but at 18, I don't know. You got Tomokazu at 14, beating Ma Long and Zhang Jike in the same event. Timo Boll that same year in a final. So players mature at different ages. Honoko Hashimoto, quite the opposite story. 27 years old on a team that's being led by, what, a 17-year-old in Miwa Harimoto?
That's right. It's incredible, yeah. It's nice to see her here. Such a breath of fresh air. I'd say the best defender in the world right now, although Han Ying's been in wonderful form as well.
Yeah, always exciting to see. So in terms of Kwaiman, let's talk about, you know, in the men's game, obviously there have been a lot of questions. In the women's game, Kwaiman with a 3-0 victory over Andrea Dragoman, a Romanian bronze medalist here. That said, Kwaiman is one of the quietest players on Team China for the women, but she's the only player before Wang Manyu to get beaten. Natalia Bayor, hats off to the Polish star.
Yeah, the winner of the Poles' career there, the first win over a top Chinese player, and to do it at the World Championships, that is spectacular. Just a quick reminder of the format there, best of 5 games in every sense.
Now, one thing that I like, again, YouTube comments in the chat pit or just in general, they're quick, they're impulsive. People, someone loses a match, they'll say, retire, why are you representing our country? Things like that for 1 loss. But Team China knows that there's a lot more science here in terms of belief and credibility, and that Kwaiman, even beaten once, with world number 3 on the bench, they've put her in a position of trust and responsibility for a reason.
Just like Miwa, she was given that opportunity 2 years ago in Busan, and look at her here in this final.
Incredible battle, as she says, onegai shimasu. 4 times. Once to her bench, once to the opponent's bench, and to the officials. I should say her opponent and the bench. Here we go, it's a best of 5, Kwaiman to start. Incredible first points. If you're new to table tennis and you haven't seen a defender, or as table tennis players like to call him, a chopper or defensor in India, you get the ball back on the table time and time again, varying the underspin, forcing the attacker to lift an incredibly heavy ball. 24 shots in that rally. Kwaiman crafting a point.
Incredible play here, that one. Didn't have quite as much backspin. They're the ones that are tricky, because they're high enough to tempt you in, but there's still things to think about. It's really interesting. I had a quick peek into the training hall, Adam. Hashimoto was chopping against Nagasaki. Kwaiman was doing defensive work. Yu Tzu-yang is nailing balls at her, and it was blocking practice for Kwaiman. Found it really interesting there.
Now, I have a guess. I think that's fascinating. I could be wrong. You didn't see her from beginning till end of practice, right?
No, that was the last thing they were doing before they came out here onto the court.
Okay. I imagine they're preparing her for every single turn, nook, and cranny that might come her way here.
Oh, yeah. And obviously, being a hybrid chopper, a modern defender, Hashimoto has that ability to come in. She uses the medium pimple so she can punch. And, of course, formidable as well with the forehand side.
Yeah, if you're newer to table tennis, those bumps that look like Legos, we call them pips or pimples, or pimps in some part of the world. That said, the longer they are, the more defensive they are. They leave the spin on the ball, which we like to call spin reversal, knuckle factor. The medium ones are a hybrid, right in between attack and defense. Table, climb on with an incredible start. I can't believe Honoka was back at the table for that drop.
This is eye candy right here. Such elegant players, these two. Oh man, the transitions are so smooth. Great feeling on both sides of the table. It really is a dance. And this is the wonderful thing. I know you're a huge fan of spin. If you're a table tennis fan or a player, you will be. But spin is such a differentiating factor between table tennis and other sports.
Ah, some ITTK, some instant table tennis karma. The ball is around here. 100 years of sport. This sport specifically invented in England. And here we are in London, right back where it all began. Crazy that these two nations, these two teams, weren't in the game for decades. Despite that, many people think it was invented in China, but nope, 1959, the first world champion in any sport China had was table tennis.
And it's because they've dominated this sport so much that people think it was invented in China.
Play, please.
It's called facial tissue, not Kleenex. Hats off to you, Mr. Kleenex and family. No, but obviously it's called whatever society calls it, and depending on where you are. The question is, if you're a coach, what do you call for Honoka to come back and do what she's done time and time again? She's in front by one. You think we'll see more attacks?
Potentially. I think she's got to try to vary the pace on the chops, vary the depth even of the chop from time to time. Use the peripheral vision.
And the spin. I think this is the key thing that choppers do, varying the spin, keeping the attacker constantly changing that angle.
6-4.
Body weight just puts a lot of pressure on the attacker to watch so closely and move those feet quickly.
Ooh.
Paper, as mentioned, Honoka the heavy favorite here. When you think about Team Japan over the years, or even how China handles choppers, they eat them for breakfast. They just have them as practice partners for the team. If you can name a Chinese chopper right now, congratulations, you've done your homework. Variation on that last backhand to cover the elbow.
It's a good point you make, Adam. We don't really see any top Chinese choppers at the moment, say in the top 30 in the world. They've got a couple of youngsters coming through.
They've got 3 choppers right now. One long pips who was warming up the team for Linda Bergström the other day, Zhu Ziyu, Zhu Sabine. Their short pips will help prepare players staying closer to the table when they have to face Sabina, for example, or someone else. But yeah, there's a reason they're not representing. And there's a reason teams that can avoid sending choppers against China. So why here and now? Because Honoka Hashimoto has the best record of anybody in the world in the women's game. against the women of Team China.
Yeah, she's beaten Wang Yidi a couple of times. That was an epic at the Europe Smash. Recently, they have got the better of her. That match between Hashimoto and Sun Ying-sha in Yokohama was a bit of a turning point, I feel.
Speaking of turning points, 7 of the last 8 momentum with Honoka, and she continues to earn 6 game points in the first.
The variation of the spin is just scintillating. Sometimes she comes down from above, sometimes she comes around it to even impart some side spin on the chops.
Keeps you on your toes, can't fall asleep at the wheel in moments like this. Hanging in there and bracing for the impact there.
10-5.
All that Yuan Li Sun in the training hall for moments like these. Oh man! High five, Yuan Li Sun. Blasted in there. Look at this. This looks like Metallica in Moscow in 20 or whatever year it was, 1991. It is so packed in here. It is a sea of fans for the drama. And Kwai Man just redirecting, absolutely speeding traffic. And now she takes it, Honoka Hashimoto on the third opportunity. From 10-4 to 11-6, has done what the records show. She's chopped her way through, she's attacked, she's varied the spin. And this gets really interesting. It's tough to talk about the fourth match after the France-Chinese men's battle, because it can look so over, but as long as they're keeping score, it is not. Game 1 in the bag, game 2 on the way.
連続を粘られててもそんな救出高くないから自分十分で入れるからね、その中チャンスさ。ここにサーブを入れる。サーブを入れました。フォワードカットで返すリング。今度はバックのカットで返した。ドライブボーの小和田。前の小和田。フォワードドライブ。ちょっと高く返した。バックの返球だ。しつけた。日本優勝。
So there you have it, the last time Japan won the World Team Championships, the Corbion Cup. The women are fighting for it right now. Was just 2 years ago, as you saw. Oh wait, no, that was 1971. It's amazing how modern they look. No, clearly 55 years in the making for the second most successful women's team in history. Think about how dominant Romania was, and yet Japan has 8, but 23? I mean, this is a big drop from 23 to 8. Wow. So Japan is hungry for that Corbion Cup.
Yeah,
game 2, Honoka with the serves.
Tried to slap it there, hit it flat, Kwai Man. And just to add to that, more recent context, the last 5 World Team Championships that we've seen, Japan-China finals, and China have won every single time since it was played in 2014 in Japan.
There's a lot to look forward to right here. There's a lot to enjoy with the style of play that we see. Honoka Hashimoto covering that middle so well. Kept behind the table. Chompers don't want to be behind the table. They're just prepared to be. They'll stay close. They'll come right back in to punish. You can see from the start of this point, Honoka was right there waiting at the back of the table, only stepping back when she needed to.
Attacking can have its risks. You know, when you're a player who wants to be closer to the table to limit the time of your opponent, you can sometimes, and quite often actually, have less time on your hands yourself. It's the security. That's why some players want to be defenders. Backspin doesn't carry through quite as much.
this rally and half and put a cell phone at the right angle. This is a viral video online, how difficult that is to do. Kwai-man, laser-like focus, stamina and persistence to take this point.
40-shot rally. For most people, if they were to put a bat on that backspin ball, the ball would go under the table.
Exactly.
It's like lifting a brick, the effect of backspin.
And by brick, a 2,000-pound brick.
Good work here from Kwai-man. Chipping away, not attacking everything, bringing Hashimoto in and out, moving her side to side, sometimes nullifying, kind of resetting the backspin by touching with that open racket face. It's composed play.
You used the word security earlier, and I was thinking, in terms of security out here for Honoka Hashimoto, tactically, you know, we've got the expedite rule. All you have to do is have a 3-hour-long point back in the 1930s, and someone who's writing rules is going to make something change so that you don't have that. Kwai-man could push for quite some time to try and bring in the expedite rule to force Honoka Hashimoto to attack. That's not going to be a winning battle.
That's right.
So how that relates to security is Honoka Hashimoto's attack is so strong that even if someone wanted to try and handcuff you into a pushing rally, that you can escape it. We saw a few strong blocks late in last game from 4-10 down for Kwai-man against big attacks, but still Honoka finished.
Yeah.
I think this is very similar in terms of parallel stories with the Liang Jingquin position. From early in this event, from Elias Ranafur to others in the game, I mean, Andrea Dragoman, we've seen a lot of third spots who've pulled off massive victories to cause some big headlines. And Kwai-man is in that position right now because if she doesn't win this, it's 2-1 for Japan, which means that, yes, Sun Ying-sha, okay, she's been beaten before by Miwa Harimoto in relatively recent history. And Hina Hayata, on a good day, against Wang Manyu in the deciding fifth, that would be interesting.
Certainly would be.
Spin on the forehand from inside the table.
It's incredible. Just thinking about the timing of when players meet as well. And, you know, from Kwai-man's perspective, yes, she's played a World Cup final, smash finals, but this is the biggest match of her life. I think it is Hashimoto's as well.
5-all.
After a 28-shot rally, I dare you to find me another event in table tennis that has a 100-year history.
Whoa.
Oh, the punch. It was there. Not an easy shot. But Honoka, it feels like, will make this most of the time. We'll have another look at it just to see.
She's frustrated because she knows if she does make that, it puts increasing pressure on Kwai-man's touch and push play. Popped up just a touch.
And she twiddled. So, even though the medium pips, I said they're hybrid between defense, that's a tough one. She had the spin there if she needed it. Could have played more topspin. That's maybe why there was a head shake. Just just to throw credit her way real quickly, while she was unhappy about the result, I don't think the decision to punch with the black side was wrong.
Yeah.
Had she played more spin, she would have been exposed on the forehand. She very well could have made that shot and won the point.
And it's just so important to emphasize as well how difficult it is when you're racing into the table to keep your posture and control.
This is why footwork is so important. It's one less thing to think about if you're already in position. Whatever the fortune was, Kwaiman acknowledged it. We've seen Honoka doing that side spin chop quite a bit, and Kwaiman hasn't been bothered as much recently. Even that forehand, a bit of tomahawk to the chop.
Watching it all the way, Kwaiman, looking at the contacts. Pulling away here in the second game.
This is how much it means that even on a net shot to finish, while Kwaiman raises her hand, you can hear what you'd imagine is Ma Lin going, yes.
I was just thinking the same thing. They're just bothered about the process. They don't care how they get it done in a match like this, in an event like this. A World Championship final, 6 of the last 8 to Kwaiman.
Gets there. Wow, the soft hands in a pressure moment like this is why they put Kwaiman in the mix.
She has so much feeling, so much flair. Look at that little dainty dink. Man, so delicate.
Had to open the racket up so that it was almost facing the ceiling to keep that ball out of the net. And it's like second nature to her. Whatever the fortune was, it leads to an 11-5 victory. China right back in this in what feels like a pivotal match. The percentages change drastically if Kwaiman takes this match. Team Japan, anything's possible, but Kwaiman, they're depending on her now to be the clutch. 1-1, and Kwaiman 1 point the better after 2 games. Game 3 to follow.
好啊，现在别的球没问题，然后前场无畏球就可以了。啊，现在这个战术很好。啊，没问题，多拉住，拉住在这里头寻找机会，你戳上来。好吧，不要什么球都去冲啊，选择这种合位的球可以啊。很好啊，翻转和不转。
As the cheers for the Chinese team continue.
Third game, China to serve. Level.
Here's a look at the percentages all around, even the blue and yellow signs. Sinying Xia, Team China fans. It's Kwaiman with the momentum after an 11-5 victory in the last game to tie it up. Ooh, catches the thumb. That's what it appeared like.
Bit of funk on the ball. Again, nice variation from the chop. Hashimoto playing the backhand chop from the forehand side. We do know it can be difficult for even the world's best defenders against lefties. We saw Han Ying struggle against Ng Wing Lam. Nearly lost, actually.
And also, with Xu Xin there watching, as we mentioned, he's only lost, to my knowledge, to 1 chopper in his entire life, and it was locally, it was internally against Ma Te. So, left-handers, a lot of advantage in racket sports, especially adversarial ones, standing opposite your opponent. spin of any shot, people often wonder, and if you talk to the spin scientists, which is a spinnier shot, long pips or inverted? The highest backspin shots come off of the inverted rubber. There's just that much more control. You can add to it. And that's exactly what Honoka did. First three here. Loaded once again. You could see the way she covers the midsection beautifully.
And it's going to be difficult for Kleiman against the slightly shallower backspin balls like those, because the edge of the table is an obstacle. You need to use a lot of body, and you can't do it when you've got to come in over the ball. It's going to take real venom, real physicality from Kleiman to lift those.
I think the best, I was going to say pick up a chair at home between games and time yourself for 30 seconds, holding a chair with your arms extended and with your arms against your chest, your hands right near your chest. But you don't even have to do that. Just stand with your arms out and stand with your arms at your chest.
That's the perfect analogy.
Making her way back into the table, but the head nods of positivity here. Honoka has her first point taken against her here. Little spark for the Chinese fans. We've seen bigger comebacks. Still early parts of this game. Don't let that one-sidedness on the scoreboard fool you.
5-1.
Dribbler scrapes it and comes right back to the net.
Some divine intervention. I mean, something had to bring that point to an end. Interesting that Hashimoto didn't play a single attack in that rally. Going for out-and-out defense on both sides.
That looked like it rested for 2 bounces on the net before it fell to the table. Let's look one. Okay, this is a much better view for not, but it felt like it stayed there for quite some time. 41 shots
New record.
In that rally, yeah. Just for the record, in table tennis, no pun intended, by the way, in table tennis, your average rally is about 3 shots. They just played 41. Defenders are a completely different game. It calls on you in different ways. It's testing. It's constantly a brain game in a different way. Kleiman with their second point. The idea from Honoka. It will be, in terms of patience, it's the attacker against the defender who usually has to be more patient.
First attack in a long time that we've seen from Honoka Hashimoto. Do you ever think that the defender's thinking about, if I don't play attacks regularly enough, I might lose my rhythm when I try to take them on?
It's a good question. Well, we have a timeout here for Japan. I'll address it after we let them listen in.
読んでからやってない。ボール聞いてから、ああ、これ行こうかなみたいな。そうやったらやらなくていい。今、最悪の場合は、ただずっとカットで、ドライブでも負けないよ、そこは。しっかり粘ることでもなんとかなる。ただ、その中でチャンス本当にあれば、攻めるべき時はしっかり攻めたら。そんな迷うなら、カット、ずっとカットで方がいい。で、さっき言ったように、ミドルの対応は、自分は判断できた場合はちょっとフォア回してもいいよ。フォアでやっぱ自分のナックルとかナックルカードあるからそこ変ができることあればやってもいい。判断できたね。判断できないから微妙かな時間で基本的にバックで対応。そういう感じでいいね。難しいことしなくていい。 けるいける。はい。ここ。
Very different tones on the Japanese side than the Chinese side right now. But again, when you're a coach, you're essentially a sports psychologist. You know each individual player responds differently to different advice, to different words, whether it's advice, encouragement, tactics. Seemed like talks about making it more complicated, covering the middle, mixing it up a bit, but let's see. There it is, the last one from the middle looked like a float, but it came back into the bottom of the net.
Incredible, because Hashimoto's body's in the way, yet she can still play a quality shot there. It's incredible. I do feel as though Kwaiman is playing too many spins here. It's difficult. She can't power through Hashimoto. She has to try to maybe push a couple and then go for more power when there's less backspin on it.
8-3.
Nervy moments out here. Just because I said I would and you asked the question, in terms of defenders attacking, I do think it's a fine balance. Yes, keep the opponent guessing, remind them that you can attack. Oh, man. But at the same time, do whatever's working. If you don't have to attack and you're a defender, you just keep chopping if that's what's working. But here, clearly, to not accept this invitation, the question is, if not attack, then what? Top spin, kicking, short side of the table, not as much forgiveness. Team Doctor quick and passionately up on his feet. The twiddle, the black backhand comes out. Honoka with a massive point. I think it's interesting because in terms of risks, by playing it safe, you're still taking a risk. In table tennis and in life, again, look at how packed it is in this arena. The most epic event this year. Nice shallow spin, slowing it down and leaving it near the ground for Honoka to quickly adjust to move back in. Watch the depth on the table. That was so shallow.
And to take it on low like she kind of had to, that's so tough right there. Look at the side spin on that serve, man.
Schulz loves this serve. It's a crazy serve, and with Sehyo on in the house for half, if not more, of this event, a master of this serve. She comes around the outside of the ball like a reverse tomahawk and sets up 5 game points. Doesn't miss by much.
Picking the perfect moment to go into the middle, then using that speciality shot as well to fade wide. And then we see the real power play of Kwaiman.
Placement as well, precision deep to the corners to save a game point. 4 more to go for Honoka. Only one needed. Inside out forehand to the wide forehand corner. This is something you see from attackers versus lefties to try and go to that wide forehand early, but from far back, Honoka Hashimoto has set herself up with a 2-1 lead. Not an easy customer, but Kwaiman is in the service business and receive business, but customer service is her task. It's not over yet. Game 4 coming right up.
まだこういう風にやるとき、やっぱ角ちょっと注意ついてね、カブロングでもいける。
So as we come back to the table, the conversations continue. A little bit quiet. Hey, it's Miwa Harimoto and Daddy DJ over here. Yu Harimoto, father to both Tomo and Miwa. Moved to Sendai out of Chengdu. Started a table tennis club and 2 lives. Sunying Sha there in her own space. Sha tapping those heels. DJ Alta Soth. Tough not to move here in this arena. I don't know about you, but I've been keeping my sound hound and my Shazam open for the entire event. Miwa Harimoto will be battling against Sunying Sha. The record, 1-8 against Sunying Sha, which means it's more possible than, say, Hina Hayata versus Wang Manyu? I don't know. Oh, it was Hina Hayata and Sunying Sha, 18-0. Let's see. Anything's possible. A little look at the ITTF ATTU Asian Table Tennis Championships. Team Japan took it in 2024 and 2021. Talk to me, Fraser.
And that 2024 Japan win in Astana was the time where Miwa beat Sunying Sha.
That's how important it is when you build a house on one very stable pole. Of course, China doesn't. They've got the most stable players in the world. Sha stands out without a doubt. Wang Manyu's an incredible player. She's, for a good reason, world number 2, and has beaten her opponents time and time again, has beaten Sha in some crucial matches. But Sha, nerves of steel. In terms of time, I have to imagine Kwaiman left for a shirt change / bathroom break. If you've ever seen the movie Dangal, a wonderful Amir Khan performance, a Bollywood spectacular, you'll know that when it's really important, you do whatever you have to within the rules to make sure that you have the odds in your favor. She's 1 game away from Japan leading 2-1 at the World Champs.
Japan to serve. Lovely.
She's got the serves to do it as she breathes on it and cleans the forehand rubber for traction. It's Kwaiman looking for a clean slate, starting at 0-0 in the 4th. A little bit more shallow as you called for, much tougher to lift.
It's just harder. Couldn't you come across the side of it maybe, rather than trying to lift? Could we see Kwaiman play the dummy forehand? Instead of trying to grip it with traction, can she just lift it from beneath?
Nice to see the Japanese contingent there in the crowd. Sam, the stats guy, camera operator. Again, Japan, as we know, if you've ever, in terms of tourism and cameras, the camera work that they put into studying the in and out game in every angle and every aspect is incredible. For over a decade, you can find cameras around the stadium just to keep track of opponents' weaknesses. I was sort of wondering when we might see the heavy, shallow one. This comes back to the game of risk. Liu Shiwen and Ma Long watching on. Man, so cool who comes together for this event. But in terms of risk conversation, if you play the ball short, the risk is if it's a little bit high, it's tough to predict the angles on the next shot.
Yeah, it's a good analogy to use there, Adam, as well, because a fish, it's easier, theoretically speaking, to finish than a lob. Obviously, if it's head high as well, if Kwaiman can play it a bit better, there is a risk that those shallower chops might become a bit more redundant. Different with the protective element of backspin, of course.
The fish lob thing is an interesting conversation, maybe for another time. Yu Ziyang there, moving into the coaching role. Before Tomokazu was the youngest ever winner of a World Tour event. 2016 Japan Open. Reminders here that, well, Team China has home court advantage. At least it feels that way based on the fans.
Hashimoto there was going to try and call a let on the serve. She looked a little bit confused by what she was up against.
Wow, yeah, the hand, the way it was raised as the Cloud Walker sits alongside Wang Liqin and the rest of the gang, Xu Xin. It does make you wonder. But as the point goes on, the opportunity is missed unless the opponent agrees. And obviously in a moment like this, it's that much tougher. Yes, there's some level of the honor system out here, but you've got two officials closely looking, not to mention tournament referee.
Variation from Kwai, touching, slowly spinning, redirecting, not allowing Hashimoto to get into too much of a rhythm. Hashimoto's calibration is just gorgeous. The way she meets the ball.
This one comes back low and fast, and it finds the net. Kwai Mon from trailing to in front by one. This is a big moment in a must-win game. Remember, Kwai Mon's never taken more than a game off of Honoka. She's only taken 1 out of 9 games played. It sounded like a medium pips punch. It's weird because in terms of the twiddles, sometimes it's tough to keep track. See if the attack's in there. Okay, we're later in the rally. In terms of serves, that serve, essentially the reverse tomahawk off the high toss. She saves it to keep it sort of unfamiliar for crucial moments. Oh, the twiddle, she chopped with the medium pips on the forehand, Honoka. Just to mix it up, but the truth is I think she was waiting for a backhand attack. There it is, the twiddle. And it comes to the forehand. Clever play, Kwai Mon staying away from that attack.
Prepared for everything there.
What court awareness. Good placement here. Speaking of Japanese royalty, we've got everybody in the house right now. This is such a cool time to be alive. You stay in the sport in Japan. Legends from events like this, the history that we saw. 6 of the last 8 points to Kwai Mon. Some serious momentum. In a row, those strawberry chops, and Kwai Mon wasn't bothered by one.
If there was a lawn, it'd be mowed. You could cut the grass with those. What an unusual start to the rally. That was a ticking time bomb. I was just thinking to myself, Hashimoto has to look to be a little bit more aggressive with the chop. She was. So much side, maybe even a little bit of top occasionally on those.
And it can definitely feel like it when you're used to lifting heavy underspin and suddenly there's not as much on it. It's all relative. Beautiful long serve, fast topspin to the backhand side baseline. Honoka is leveled, and if she takes this game, pressure is palpable. Freddie Mercury's played this stadium, this arena, at least Wembley, I guess. That said, the level of pressure, I mean, to have Vanilla Ice in your veins would be very tough. Doom, 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 dibby, doom,
不关系啊。挺好，挺好啊，挺好，挺好，别动啊，别，挺好啊。
Fascinating timeout. Almost a meditation session. Sometimes this is the beauty of one, East Asian culture, and two, recognizing your players and knowing what they respond to. But reading between the lines. The Nunchi essentially in Korean. Just sort of reading the room, and in this moment, what Kwaiman needed, Ma Lin rather, gave her.
Yeah.
Space, time, and then some words of encouragement on her way back to the table. How many? The nerves. 47 shots, 6 more than the record they previously set. This is crazy. These are the rallies that if you're playing with a friend in a local competition, you start laughing. The practice squad, the sparring partners for Team Japan explode with excitement as Honoka Hashimoto is in front in a game where she's in front right now 2-1. Business end. After a 47-shot rally, we have this, a long dead serve to the backhand. Ping is ponging.
You see Han Ying up there, the defensive legend, the veteran watching on here. Man.
Kick serve. She's won a lot of points. Mika Baba right now. This would mean a lot.
And if Ma Lin was sensing some fragility earlier on, there's going to be even more now. Just 2 points away here, Kwaiman, from defeat.
And this isn't even the reverse. Does she pull it out? There it is. The serve sets it up for the second time in this match. She saved it for moments like this. It's so tempting to unwrap a gift, to pull out a card that you know plays well. But sometimes you just have to wait for the moment. This sets up 2 match points.
Delayed satisfaction. A lot to be said for that there.
She takes it. Japan goes up 2-1 over China. 1971, the last time that the women of Japan have taken this title. It is still a long way to go with Sun Ying-sha, with Wang Manyu waiting, but Honoka, as clutch as can be, only drops her second game in her career 4 years after the last time they played. This right here was delivery. Doom, 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 dibby, doom, doom, under pressure.
Her first appearance for Japan at the World Team Table Tennis Championships. Oh my days. Honoka Hashimoto takes Japan 2-1 up. We saw the same scoreline at the same moment in time 2 years ago in Busan. Will it be a change of fate? Will we see them break the 12-year curse and beat China here in the World Championship final? There's only one place to find out, right here on the last standing table. Adam, what an incredible performance.
55 years for Japan. 55. Here's how it started. Miwa Harimoto, incredible in the first two. Wang Manyu dominates the next two, and Miwa Harimoto doesn't crumble. She doesn't give up. She comes back. Hina Hayata, Sunying Xia, as it had been written 18 times before, it's now the 19th, and a 3-1 victory for Honoka Hashimoto. It's a rematch from 2024, the Asian champs. She's 1-8, but she's on fire right now. The 17-year-old Miwa Harimoto and the world #1, Sunying Xia. Stay right here.
Welcome back inside the OVO Arena Wembley and back to the women's team's final that is bursting into life. What a blockbuster matchup we have coming your way next. The 17-year-old sensation Miwa Harimoto, fresh off a stunning victory in match 1 of this tie over the world #2, now steps up to face the biggest challenge in women's table tennis, a showdown with the world #1, Sunying Xia, the potential heir to the throne versus the current queen, the current world #1, the best there is right now. It's Tata coin toss time.
Blue, red for China. It is blue. Side. Service.
So Sunying Xia will serve first, leaning racket reveal time. As the volume goes up inside the OVO Arena Wembley, and the temperature is going up as well. A reminder, 2 years ago, Fraser sat alongside me. You mentioned it, we've been here before. Team Japan led in the final 2-1. They couldn't land the kill shot that day. The question is, can they land it today?
Sunying Xia in the same position now as she was then. Now, though, she's not up against Hayata. She's taking on Miwa Harimoto. This is cinema. I've got goosebumps, Joe.
How impressive was Miwa? As we look at her, she's 17 years old, world rank #5, already 9 career titles to her name. We know about the blistering backhand, but she showed more than that earlier, didn't she?
She's just got the first win against the Chinese A-lister at the World Championships. Literally her last match. But now she's up against one of the all-time greats, the 2-time world champion, the first woman to win 3 consecutive World Cup titles on the bounce, Xia, who's looking to be the savior here for Team China.
World ranked #1. You know, whilst you and Adam were commentating that last match and that last Hashimoto victory, I actually snuck into the training hall because I wanted to see the finer details, the final preparations. Couldn't be more poles apart for these two. Xia spent around 25 minutes warming up with Chun-Yi, and it was all backhand orientated. Chun-Yi was just ripping backhands everywhere. Miwa Harimoto at the back of the hall sat calmly with father Yu Harimoto watching on, lots of discussions, a few stretches as we see Wang Liqin on the screen. One of the biggest forehands we've ever seen. But yes, it was noticeable. Miwa was calm. There was no table time. So 2 different preparations for 2 of the best about to throw down here under the brightest lights for all the marbles, and I cannot wait.
That makes the 2 of us, Joe. This is incredible. We've been talking for a year, over a year.
First game, China to serve, love all.
About how the Chinese men have looked way more vulnerable than the Chinese women. Way likelier to lose the world title. But look at this, must-win match for Team China.
So all of the rhetoric heading into Miwa Haramoto's first matchup here was against the world number 2, Won Mon Yu, a lady she had faced 11 times and not won. But this matchup she has won previously, and we'll talk a little bit about when it was.
Fast and furious, a need for speed. And Miwa Haramoto getting a taste of Chinatown here at the start of this first game.
Just brutal power back and forth on the table, and that forehand that's so dominating. Coming good for Xia in the first 2 points here. But yeah, in terms of matchups, these 2 have met 9 times previously. Miwa has got the 1 victory to her name. But this feels like a different ball game. That victory was 2 years ago at the Asian Champs in Astana. It was a 3-2 win for Miwa on that day.
And that was when Japan became the Asian champions.
This feels like a Sun Yin-sha who is fully focused on bringing her team back into this final.
3-1.
Beautiful stuff there. We just saw Xiaoxia's upper body extend forward, but good pressure from the backhand-orientated Miwa Haramoto. That victory that Miwa got over Sun was an amazing one, yes. First win against her and her only win against her, but I would be taking it with a pinch of salt because Xiaoxia was not playing well. She did look very tired. It was a rocky road. Kim Kun-young won the singles, by the way, at that event.
Yeah. Here, DPR player eliminated from this World Champs earlier on as we see the first rip of a backhand from the world number 1. Oh, stop it, Sun Yin-sha. That is ridiculous. As we see the Germans out the back chilling, waiting for their ceremony. Annette Kaufmann doesn't want to give her cards away of what she's holding. Of course, we will see them shortly for the medal ceremony. Of course, keeping an eye on this final that is firmly in the balance. But Sun Yin-sha has started quick here.
How can you be sneaky when you've got no time on your hands? Crazy. Oh, this is great here from Sun Yin-sha. This is what you want to see from the team leader.
She said sorry immediately. Might have just flicked the net as it went over. But again, it was about her dictating the point.
And it comes from the footwork. So dynamic with the footwork, Sun Yin-sha.
Wow.
6-2.
We know she can hit those all day long. Miwa Haramoto, a specialist with the backhand, close to the table. Nice timing there with 2 forehand, but it's the backhand that deals the final blow. The force through the shot, the acceleration, the activation is brilliant.
And Father Yu Haramoto cheering on from the stands. Sun Yin-sha has a 6-2 lead.
A hop, skip and a jump, it's the happy feet. Incredible. It's like she's walking on clouds, Xia.
What on earth are we watching here in game 1? No adjustment time. Straight to the blockbuster. Look at Ma Lin in the corner.
delicate scooping shot there from the world number one, who's been world number one, what, since 2022 now? Man, an impeccable bit of match management.
We saw a lot of strawberries and things from earlier from Miwa, but none yet.
This is the Uno reverse. We saw Miwa 8-2 up in the first game against Manu.
And even then, she gets a pretty good serve on the table, but the world number one getting those feet moving, bringing the ball back onto the table, and that's what she does. She does it better than anyone else in the world, and she's 2 points away from winning the opener here.
Just too predictable here, Miwa Haramoto. To take no risk is the biggest risk you can take.
As we saw two goats in the crowd clapping along. The Cloud Walker and Ma Long there, and look at that. When you get that reaction from Ma Long, you know it's world class. And Sun Yin Sha now has 8 game points.
China.
And just listen to this place. This is a must-win for China. And their world number one has just come out and won the opening game 11-2.
Such a baller.
So players coming back out for game number 2 here. A game that was, well, game 1 at least, that was massively unsuccessful for Miwa Haramoto. Fraser, what do you think the team talk would have been in the Japanese corner?
I imagine it will be more motivational than tactical. I think it's really important if you're Miwa Haramoto here to just relax, try and enjoy this match.
Second game.
Again, it comes down
Japan to serve.
Not romanticizing what the win would mean. Obviously, if she wins this match, it would shake the very foundations of our sport. She just has to try and enjoy it. She's up against enough already. Doesn't want to add any pressure, any extra pressure onto herself.
And it just seems in this matchup where Miwa can normally melt people with her pace, she's got to find a different way to get past the world number one.
Constant pace isn't going to work against Sun Yin Sha.
1 all.
You have to keep her guessing, you have to change the tempo. And we saw so much of that dictatorship from Sun Yin Sha in the opening game. Very divisive with the backhand, slows things down. Sometimes you'll just see her blocking, deflecting like Neo in the Matrix.
And if you drop this ball anywhere near the back line, she is ready for it. We saw a lot of backhands for Miwa against Won Mon-yu earlier up the line. No, that's dangerous, but maybe that could be an avenue for her.
Yeah. How does she set that up?
Against this absolute phenom.
She's everywhere at once.
Yeah.
You see the sparkle in her eyes.
Let. 1-3.
There's that change of pace from Sun-Ying Shah, but Miwa taking the initiative, coming in to meet the ball on this forehand here. Look at that. You've got to know what the rally's asking for. If it's a slow shot, you've got to generate your own power. And she did it there with that full stroke. Exaggerated movement through the waist.
3-all.
Very impressive from Harimoto.
There's a counter punch and a half because the ball is traveling at her. Some serious speed. And this is what Sun-Ying Shah will force out of you. If you are to beat her, you have to be the one to take risks. It's not good enough to try and just keep her out. She's gonna get the first attack more often than not. You've got to be ready and waiting for that. It's the biggest challenge that faces the world of women's table tennis, Sun-Ying Shah. So dominant. And we see the first strawberry, but it didn't worry the world number one, did it?
Absolutely lashing that backhand, Sun. Decent push from Miwa. I like that. I like that approach. But punished. Humbled. That's a shot she's really been working on, that backhand.
3-5.
We saw similar tactics in yesterday's semi-finals in the men's from Won Choo-Kim against Flavien Coton, a man who loves to play that backhand in the first phase. Moving the younger athlete to step to their right before thundering the ball back the other way. Just genius tactics at this level from both world number ones in men's and women's.
3-6.
Miwa rushing, trying to overcompensate here, snatches it. I mean, look, it's a slow ball. She's trying to create pace, but again, it's too predictable.
It's so hard to know what to do when Sun-Ying Shah is in this kind of mood. And she has got a 4-point advantage here. The world number one. A reminder, this is a must-win for Team China.
And that ball was loaded.
Please play.
That was so spinny, you couldn't even see the logo. Couldn't even hear the contact.
Is this also, I was about to say the difference between kind of a world top 5 player and the world number one, but also the difference, the chasm in difference between the world number one and the world number two, one on you earlier.
Yeah.
And how Sun-Ying Shah is just dealing with Harimoto.
Sun-Ying Shah is so good that you never know whether the opponent's nervous or not, because even if they're fully confident, they'll still get battered most times. So,
yeah, there's so many times you see against her where players might make the right decisions, and even then it doesn't matter, because her quality is just so high.
There's no justice, there's no mercy. You can play a perfect point and lose.
Absolutely. Well, Miwa needs 4 perfect points here to level it. She's 4-8 down.
Reverse pendulum serve from Miwa. Oh, just getting harassed. You know, bullied. Trying to slow it down, block it, brace it. Just teeing off, as you like to say, Joe.
And then when the chance does finally present itself, you're so nervous. Shah is 2 away from winning game 2.
10-4.
And this is looking ominous for Team Japan.
Another interesting thing to talk about is that Miwa's just got the win of her career in the last match. She's had to crash back down to reality to get ready for this one. Hasn't been able to.
China.
Forehands from everywhere, to everywhere. Painting it like the tube map of London. Sunyin Shah is rising to the occasion yet again. She did it when they needed her most 2 years ago in Busan. She's doing it again here in the OVO Arena Wembley. Shah is 2-0 up.
如果说这个最近如果长得多的话，哎，再拉一下马尾后面还有一些裂裂，好吗？如果说这个感觉难受了，可以有点变啊，没问题。他现在肯定会有一些变化，会有一些。
So it looks like a fifth match will be needed. Hayata up against Wang Monyu, a Wang Monyu who got shocked in the opener here, who will be out for revenge, Fraser.
And you can just see the world number 2 there practicing with the youngster Han Fei, the lefty.
Mimicking the style of Hayata. Unless Miwa Haramoto can somehow pull off the comeback of all comebacks against the world number 1. How on earth she does that, I do not know.
She's looked to Miwa like she's embraced the defeat. That could be a good thing in a sense.
Freeing the shackles.
Freeing the shackles. I'm down to love. I was never expected to win this. Now I'm really not expected to win this. You know, rock bottom could be a strong foundation to build
China
on.
to serve. Love all.
And she's hit rock bottom here. Sunyin Shah in cruise control.
Love 1.
How much of this game is being set up by the Shah serve to short forehands that's almost stopping Miwa getting that flick in?
Oh, so much of it, because we know how dangerous Miwa is at dictating with that backhand. Likes to play it from the backhand side. She's playing it from the middle too. But Shah's just picking the perfect moment to go into forehand as well.
Too low.
Oh, the phone.
Strawberry picking out here. A wry smile from from Miwa. Shah sent flying.
Man, what a play.
The first two have gone the way of Team Japan's Haramoto. They'll be happy with that.
Free love.
It's a gruesome shot. You can just see when she does play that backhand, it can be lethal. Float serve makes it harder for Shah to play a really quality flick.
And what that means, it's easier for Haramoto to kill that next one.
Absolutely. The simplest of serve is timeless.
And this time Shah avoids the backhand altogether until she had Miwa committed. Hopes and prayers being offered by the fans in the packed OVO Arena Wembley.
She carries the hearts of more than 1 billion, Sunyin Shah. Haramoto trying a shot that she was so good with against Wang Monyu. A forehand flick. It wasn't quite on.
Felt like time slowed down when the ball flicked off the net. The oohs and the ahs from the crowds. Miwa did really well to get it back in. But the world number 1 was locked and loaded with another absolute rocket.
Oh, how she adjusts the lower body, because there was some residual spin on that. And Miwa sponged it back on shallow. That could have kicked away from some, but somehow she still played a winner off it. That's such a difficult shot to play. And she makes it.
As she often does.
3-4.
now she's in the lead yet.
And it's a timeout called by Miwa Haramoto, a last-ditch effort, because this one is starting to creep away from her.
自分ストップされた時に、枠長く、ミドル長く。
バックのドライバー合わないし、これ一本もないんだよ。
止めるでもいいから。
さっきずっとやってるんですけど。
まあそれ仕方ない。どうせこういう形になるからね、他の電源にならないから。が自分飛ばする次が伸びる短いのやつか長いのどっちでも戦略もあるそこは。で次のレシーブさっき言ったように2パックやるかフォアやるかしっかり前に入ってから厳しくいける。なフォアに突破することあってこのバック前、ミドル前ぐらいストーブできたらそういう形にで自分は先手取れる場合は相手のこのミドル優先でバーンでできなかったらちょうど書いてミスしてでもいいから。
Just wonder what is left in that goodie bag. We've seen strawberries, we've seen good push play. The style of Miwa is so simple, and it really does take a genius to keep things simple. But Shasha, kind of like an absolute mastermind out here, seeing things before they happen. She's spent a lot of time getting to know her opponents.
And it's a forehand slower spin down the middle of the table for Miwa. And we're leveled here after 8.
Miwa looking as though she's holding back a little bit here, holding back some negative thoughts, some negative feelings.
4-6.
I think we can't even comprehend facing Sun Yin-sha in this moment, under this pressure. It must be like getting down, ready to start your 100-meter race, and you look right, and Usain Bolt's just stood there grinning at you, and you've just got no chance.
5.
But maybe she does have a chance. Maybe there is one more chapter in this storybook for Miwa Haramoto. But it's got to come now if it is going.
7-5.
She throws her hands up in the air, Miwa Haramoto. That shovel serve. Easy pickings for Shasha.
I hate to reference yesterday's men's semi-finals again, but this has, to me, all of the kind of hallmarks of the Felix Lebrun versus Wang Chuqin match. Wang Chuqin just put on a tactical masterclass.
7-5.
Yeah.
Where it's just, I know the challenger can hit the ball hard, but you've got to come with more than that if you want to mess with the big dogs, if you want to mess with the very best in the world.
The stars have to, like, perfectly align for you to beat a player like Sun Yin-sha. Has to be right time, right place, and a once-in-a-lifetime performance.
Let. 8-5. Six, 8.
Good here from Miwa Haramoto, sticking to her guns, trying to slowly spin. Bit of fortune there as well, just to get Shasha leaning to the right. Had to play the bunny hop backhand, the world #1, but to no avail.
And it's back to a 2-point ball game. Me with 2 serves to come.
6-9.
And it's Shasha with the perfect placement. That is now 2 points away from sending us to a decider in this tie.
10-6.
Too good.
Too good.
Too clean. An absolute pleasure to see her in this kind of form under this pressure. Look at what it means to Marlin. Shasha now has 4 match points. Oh, stop it. Like Thanos with the Infinity Gauntlet. She is inevitable. When her nation needed her most, she did it in Busan, and she's done it in London again.
And it's going to go down to the wire, down to a decider, as it did 2 years ago. Hina Hayata, the Olympic bronze medalist from Paris, will take on Wang Monyu. My goodness.
So let's see how we have been led to this moment. Perfectly poised at 2 apiece. Miwa Haramoto with a standout victory. First up against the world #2, Wang Monyu. Sunyin Shah then stepped onto court and brushed Hayata away with ease, 3-0. Honoka Hashimoto got out the defensive shield and she chopped down Kwaiman. Shasha then stepped back up and leveled it. And this is it. For all the marbles, for all the bragging rights, for all the gold, Hayata versus Wang Monyu next. Welcome back inside the OVO Arena Wembley, and you have joined us at the perfect time. Adam Bobrow sat next to me. It's not deja vu, we're not in Busan, we're in London, but it's the same story, perfectly poised between these two. And look at the match to decide it. What are you thinking?
Well, when you're 0-5 against somebody, and that somebody is the world #2, and that somebody, you average less than 1 game per match, well, you better pull something special out. So Hina Hayata's clever, but Wang Monyu's been in wonderful form.
It's Tata coin toss time to determine which
blue and red.
will serve first.
Blue for China and red for Japan. You win the toss. Receive.
So Hayata will receive first. It's leaning racket reveal time. players will gather their equipment. So we saw Won Mon-yu in match number 1, and we said the same thing that you just said, because Miwa Haramoto was searching for her first victory against the world number 2. Miwa got it done. Can Hayata get it done in similar fashion, Adam?
Well, they're different players with very different histories, very different recent results, very different styles. Is it possible? Yes. Is she the favorite? No. It'll be so fascinating to see. Even 2-1 up, talking to some fans in the crowd, table tennis historians and co-commentators, many were not worried for Team China. With Xia and Wang Manyu waiting, it is still an incredibly tall order.
Yeah, as we see the world number 2, 27 years of age, 14 career titles to her name. But she must be hurting from that earlier defeat. I wonder if we're gonna see a slightly broken Won Mon-yu here, a less confident, or the complete opposite, an absolute monster who is intent on righting the wrongs from match number 1.
If I had to guess, it would be the latter.
Yeah.
They're both possible at any given point in time, but she's not the newest kid on the block. She's a 27-year-old who's been through it all and nearly a decade now on the scene.
As we take a closer look at Team Japan superstar Hina Hayata, currently ranked at 11, but has been as high as number 4 in the world. She's got 16 senior titles to her name. She's a very, very dangerous opponent. A reminder then, this is a best of 5 games match. This is a race to 3 games, and we will see whether that favors possibly Hayata here, who has it all to do. Finer details on the screen. Nothing but the best for the best in the world. DHS tables, the T-bar floor, and the butterfly ball. I guess, Adam, where do you think this match might be won and lost with the tactical battles?
Well, it's easy to imagine history repeating itself, and Wang Manyu in the serve-receive game in the open rally just not budging from the table. There's such a fine calculation when you have to back up, how to play efficiently to make sure that you can reach the corners, that you get that ball back on the table time and time again. After all, table tennis is not a new kid on the block either, 100 years old.
First game, try not to serve. Level.
At least as a world championship in an international federation, a sport. Here we go. It is the deciding match to determine the champions of 2026.
Yeah, 100 years in the making. 64 teams, 2 left, 1 match to determine where the gold's going. And listen to that noise. Good fortune for the world number 2, but she finishes it impeccably.
We're seeing some familiar tactics out here with Hina Hayata looking to be very aggressive. She's not playing Wang Yidi. She's playing Wang Manyu, and it's a completely different test at the table now.
So is that for Hayata? Does she need to again take risks to try and stay forward, to try and stay close?
Well, that's clearly her tactic. I think always being close to the table, and by always, I mean generally speaking, almost always, there's advantage to being close to the table. Players back up when they have to try to get one more shot and earn their way back in. But yeah, she'll take big risks. For example, right, this is not, how can I steadily make this shot? It's, I must finish the rally and make the most of this shot. Sometimes it's going to take a 5th ball.
She needs to try and win the 5th point here, because Hayata has lost the first 4. Make that the first 5. The world number 2 is fired up. Little break. Maybe a piece of rubber on the table.
Love.
I think one thing that we have to remind our audience, yeah, Wang Manyu was beaten, but she was beaten by the top non-Chinese player in the world, right? I mean, in terms of world rankings, the leader of Team Japan, who's been a very close second, has been the most frequent rival in the finals.
Yeah, with a different skill set as well.
Completely.
And Hayata being the left-hander as well, that kind of changes the dynamic, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's also an incredibly rare result.
That's one way to boost your confidence, though.
This is what's going to be needed. Wang Manyu left in an uncomfortable place there to spin from under the table, and Hina Hayata staying as agile as possible, yet close to the table at the same time. Tough to recoil after such a fast, strong opening. This is one thing that Ma Long showed us in 2017 against Fan Zhendong. I'll give you the first attack. I'll just embrace and make you start over again.
Yeah, you force your opponent into a recovery battle. It's clever from the world number 2. She's winning this, but it's not all about speed.
It rarely is, especially as a 27-year-old for Team China. It's crazy to think that we saw her break onto the scene at 18 and she was one of the youngsters, and now she's a big sister for the team. One of, anyway.
7.
Well, Hayata has brought this back to within 4. She's on serve now, but she's 3-7 down.
You and I called Hina Hayata earlier. Her spin game on serve. She gets a lot of points on her serve. Shovel serve, a little bit of Craig Bryant action there in terms of deception on action.
So good from Wang Manyu.
Knocking the legs out. This is the thing. Miyu Nagasaki's gotten a lot of compliments over the years from the Chinese fitness team, the trainers. But the recovery, when have you ever seen a Chinese player put in that position? I'm sure it's happened, but it's incredibly rare. This is somebody who's changed clothes because she's done her job. She's delivered 2, and they're both on the scoreboard for China.
And speaking of 2, Wang Manyu is 2 points away from this opener. It was almost roles reversed that time from what we've seen for the majority of this opener.
Go on.
This time, Wang Manyu really opening up the attacks, and Hayata just controlling and keeping the ball on one more time.
We saw a bit of that from Miwa versus Shasha, but we also saw the scoreline.
Oh, yeah.
I thought the idea was right there. The line appeared to be open. A little bit more cautious spin as it carries along the world number 3, Chun Shing Tong, and Wang Yibi on the bench. Again, in the women's game, China is a very distant first. Just way out in front of the pack, and it's 5 game points left for Wang Manyu.
And there's that risk-taking.
This is what she was hoping to do on the ball before, or at least the last shot of the point before. Saw the opening, go parallel. It's a lot less forgiving, less space to work with.
4 game points now remaining for Wang Manyu. Down to 3.
If someone can beat you when they're 0-11 against you, 0-5 feels much closer to 0-0. Miwa was 0-11 before today against Wang Manyu.
listen to this place. And it was with perfect precision that won her this point and this game ultimately.
That is some clever bait right there to catch her on the hook. Step around my long push. Go ahead, leave the table open and try to forehand this. Commitment. This is knowing when your opponent's going to be playing paper and to pull out the scissors.
一个是你过来反手来。啊，大爷相似里头，他现在到你正手这里边不能多这样摩擦。啊，他还要鼓你正手，啊，没关系啊。挺好，挺好，挺好。
And we're going to bring you back to 2014. Lu Xuen, we've seen her in the crowd here, and it was her on that day who saw off the challenge of Hirano. So excellent to look back as we look at this 100-year history, Adam.
Yeah, this was a big one, a first international event for me, and Sayaka Hirano not far behind us there, but what a squad.
I was just looking at them there. Ding Ning, Ju Ling in there as well. Chung Meng as well, a very young Chung Meng. But here we go, back again. Wang Mengyu has a 1-0 lead. It's on Hayata to try and halt the surging force from China. What do you think, Adam, would have been going on in that Japanese corner around the advice? Would it have been motivational or tactical?
I feel like there must be some tactical changes, but sometimes maybe it's change less, stick to the plan. We saw you slowing down, we saw you backing up, trust your backhand. And a chop block followed by 2 backhand attacks, 3 backhand shots in a row, and a bit of fortune in all fairness to get away with this point. Just a reminder for context, this is the last match of the team tie. By the end of this match, we will have world champions.
Point worthy of a gold medal match, that one.
You can say whatever you want about different camera angles, but the fact that you can barely see the ball gives you a sense of the speed that both of these players are dealing with, and in this point that Hina Hayata has to try to get back one more time with precision and intention.
You mentioned about trust that backhand of yours, and rightly so, because it's such a deadly weapon for Hayata.
It's also security to keep her balanced at the table. How many times did we see her trying to step around in the last game and paying for it? I like this. If I'm on the Japanese bench, I'm shaking my head. I'm saying, yes, the shot was there. You took the right shot. Everything after that, okay. What happened, happened. But that is the right choice and decision to make.
Brilliant flowing point here. Wang Mengyu really targeting the body of Hayata, getting cramped up.
Yeah, we have to remember these are 2 taller players, and in a game that's so backhand-centric and based around speed and efficiency, it's more costly to play the forehand. Wang Mengyu pushing that forehand. Trying to get Hina to use the forehand more. It worked wonderfully last game.
And they are within a point of each other. Interestingly, at the end of this point, Wang Mengyu actually made a move about her pendulum serve, so maybe wasn't quite happy with the contact she got on that one.
Now we're talking. This is something we haven't seen from Hina. We know she's capable of bringing the funk. Side spin, strawberry there, and a slow spin. Shallow. Interesting. Sometimes it takes a while to discover the answer. We'll see if she continues or if that was just a bit of a one-off. Fortunate moment.
And then it's back to the breakneck speed that Wang Mengyu can hold so well as well. She absorbs damage and then sends it straight back.
They've got 5 matches to pull data from. They've got way more of Wang Mengyu versus others. Changing it up on the serve, moving over to the forehand. Let's see if this causes some positive impact for Hina. 2 of the 3 points I remember now with backhands like this have had a bit of net attached. See the fortune there as it clips and stays low. Let's just think about how unbreakable it feels like Wang Mengyu is. Slow shot, she's got incredible power, fast feet. High speed, tough to beat. I don't think she can pick this fight. I think Hina is going to have to try. Obviously, she's trying everything she can, but in terms of tactics, side spin on receive, keep it low. Anders has made a wonderful career for himself as a timeout is called on the Japanese side. Bringing out side spin, just keeping it funky and uncomfortable. Anything unfamiliar to beat 2 at the time world #1s.
終わったら自分のミドルも第一準備しないと。例えば回れる程度だったら回って例えば次と回ったら次もう一本回って攻めてでもいいぐらい。もし読んだら読めなかったらもうしっかりバック真ん中に立ってバックで両サイド外した方がいい。でちょっと当然相手のサーブも変えるかもしれない。ただフォア前に来た時にしっかり準備して、チキダでここを構えてチキダできたらやる。できなかったらバック前に。
待って。そう打たせるんだったらフォア側からの方がいいです。そうそうそう。ちょっと止まるんだったらバックの方がいい。
横だったらもうミドルの中しとかね、待っててずらしてバッて加速してするような感じ。この2本勝負だからミスしてでもいいぐらい。そう。
サーブどうしたらいいですか？
自分のサーブ今の中目じゃなくて、とりあえず横のフォア前でこうやっても回転強くなかったらもうカウンターする。そう。あ。
Shout out to the production team. We take you right on court with Hayata. And it feels like there's starting to be a mountain to climb for her. She's got to stay close to Wang Mengyu in this game and then eventually get it over the line.
Speaking of lines there, painting that one, taking her risks. This is a player with no shortage of wingspan on the other side. Honoka delivered a huge 3rd match delivery to get the 2nd match on the scoreboard for Team Japan. Miyu Nagasaki's been training as one of 5. Think about how deep the roster runs for the women of Japan. Not easy to be here. The deciding match, Hina. Seemed like this would have finished the point. In all fairness, take another look. Ball sits up a little bit. Wang Mengyu relatively confident in her placement. If that ball should come back to the most uncomfortable and unlikely of spots, she could still reach it, and she has the whole table open to block to.
Yeah, it was a real all or nothing approach from Hayata. You can't blame her for trying. Because Won Mon-yu is just in flow state, it feels like. She's able to absorb those attacks, no matter where they really go. She now has 2 serves of her own to try and close out game 2 here in the decider.
What I like is the way she sizes up the opponent, and it's not unique to her. You see it from the best in the world. The top Chinese players do a scan. They do a vibe check of their opponent on receive, as if to say, scissors? Rock? What am I going to get on the receive?
Nearly came down, but there was again a blistering change of pace from Hayata. She stays within touching distance, but needs 2 good serves here. As wide as can be, on the white line from the world number 2. And it brings about 3 game points. Laser-like precision from Won Mon-yu. One hand on the trophy. Won Mon-yu has put China within 1 game of retaining their title.
The Corbion Cup has felt at home for a long time. The Swadeling just the same as Xu Xin and Ma Long. Applaud someone who, as you mentioned, could have been bothered. It's easy to get down on yourself, but you can't change the past. But you can totally redeem yourself.
2 11-7 games for the world number 2.
让他再过来一点，或者是再往反手发一点，那你就往这我再发一点。你往反手发的话，你就注意点动作，行吗？
我第一个先发的反手吗？
可以，没问题，都行。现在可以。现在一定自己掌握在自己手里就行，没问题，敢出手就行。接完球里面一个是来一个黄顶，啊，来接球，接球。
And we saw her earlier on in 2014 winning the tie. Lu Xuen in conversation with Ma Long up there in the VIP seats, and rightly so, Adam. Very, very important people there.
What an amazing, you know someone's important when just the sight of them makes your heart flutter a little bit.
And look at the face of Hayata. She's a fighter.
Yeah, 21-19 in the deciding 7th against Wang Yidi at the Durban World Championships. But right now, she's got a long climb back in this one.
And it started with that spinny approach that you liked from earlier.
Yeah, let's look at it again. I think rhythm break, trying to beat one of the best Chinese players in a game of speed is like trying to put out the sun with an ice cube.
Maybe needs to bring a shade of Truls Moragard out here. Hayata.
It's a big part of her game, in all fairness, as this one does not come down on the table. I like it, though. Short bottle challenge serve attempted. In some senses, as the older of the two, she might be a little bit of an inspiration for Truls. Maybe Truls is pulling out his inner Hina Hayata.
And when it rains, it pours for Hayata. The ball trickling over the net and no way to get it back.
Wow, that one stays close. Right after the bounce, it comes back into the net. Still playable, though. Technically is all I meant, but like this one, While the ball is technically playable, you can see that it's simply out of reach. Wang Manyu, like the second story, is just next level. Service game strong and a third ball attack that does not come back. Shovel serve. Hina, just a bit of height, tries to go wide. Wang Manyu so quick to get there. As long as the feet are in position, the rest of the body tends to know what to do.
Toes on the finish line for Team China here. It's now or never for the Japanese.
So one step in the right direction for what seems like a mountain to climb, and fair enough. 0-5 in their head-to-head. 0-2 down, trailing by 1 point. Oh, caught in between the legs, improvised the speed game. Hangs in there for a while. The Chinese bench up on their feet as Hina Hayata dodges some bullets. Inside out forehand, the cover. Strawberry, lawberry. A fishing shot from the middle. Trying whatever she can. 17 shots and neither player here is a chopper. High octane. Oh, back edge of the table. The clipper. Just acknowledging the fortune quickly, but other than that, she'll be moving on to the next point. 1 point ball game and a must win for Hina Hayata. Remember, for survival. The wrist action, Hina Hayata. It's not just the wrist, though. It's a thing. Table tennis is a full body sport. This is incredible play. Throwing caution to the wind, and the wind bringing it right back to only repeat. Yeah, eyebrows raised indeed. Don't let those forehead wrinkles become an issue. Experiencing this live, real time, if that didn't get you uncomfortable in your seat for a minute, gritting your teeth, check your pulse. Wang Manyu extending back to a 2-point lead at the second towel break. She's 4 points away from bageling Hina Hayata, but more importantly, bringing the Corbion Cup back to its familiar home. And a tight serve for an outright point. Shovel inside the table. The Corbion Cup did a study abroad in 2010. They went to Singapore and then came back. The quality of shots, Wang Manyu is ready for everything. Warrior mode. The responsibility of anyone on the table for Team China is something that most of the world will never know.
5-9.
It is 5 championship points for Wang Manyu and Team China after the first and third match in this team tie. I can tell you, nerves have been tested. Nervous fans around the world watch, and here they are with 5 opportunities. She does it! Wang Manyu takes it home for China, and once again, the Chinese women are the world champions. Redemption, you cannot change the past. After being 11-0, she is 6-0 now against Hina Hayata. Not a game dropped. Would she be bothered? No, she'll come back stronger. A philosopher knows how to read the room and knows how to learn. The first match was an incredible learning experience. Hina Hayata put up a wonderful fight, yet Wang Manyu came back a completely different player, the player that we've seen in the last 2 years. One of the most unbeaten players, Wang Manyu. Congratulations on absolutely sweeping in this final match on the final day of action. Kwaiman, as part of this squad, Wang Yidi just the same, and everybody who's here, Yao Yan, Xu Xin, Ma Long, and Liu Shuan. My goodness, what an incredible time to bring it home. They called in the legends of the game. Moral support, boost team morale, Wang Liqin right there, Yu Ziyang as well. And a big hug from Ma Lin. Oh man, look at the eyes of Ma Lin. Oh man. Some people, when they cry, you can't have a dry eye. Ma Lin is one of those people. And the flag flies high, a national anthem that we all know because of our favorite sport. And once again, the team with the Corbion Cup. A very proud Team China. Since 2010, it has been no one else's, I should say starting in 2012 after the 2010 incident. So a wonderful start to the day for Team China. And they'll have one more big assignments as the men will battle later, but here's how it went. Miwa Harimoto, after being 0-11 against Wang Manyu and up 2-0, came back to win in the deciding 5th. Hina Hayata, well, putting up a good fight, playing aggressively against Sun Ying-sha, but a result that, other than Kim Na-young, most who faced her had the same experience. Honoka Hashimoto with a huge victory. Then Sun Ying-sha back again, and now it is down for our post-match interview with Jora Taijak and Sun Ying-sha.
I am here on court with the world #1, Sun Ying-sha. Congratulations, that is your 24th World Team title. An absolutely unbelievable final against Japan. What does it mean for you, and what does it mean for the team to get this victory?
首先，非常恭喜中国队获得了第24座世乒赛团体赛女团冠军奖杯。在经历了这次与日本队如此激烈的决赛后，现在的心情如何？这场胜利对你个人以及整个团队来说有着怎样的意义？
我觉得首先，今天这场决赛，我觉得是跌宕起伏。当然，我觉得日本队现在整体的实力，还有他们现在的发挥，我觉得确实越来越出色。我觉得其实跟釜山上一届我们比赛的这种过程差不多。但我觉得今天确实第5场，我觉得曼玉其实也是在第1场失利以后，然后第5场顶住了压力吧。其实我们也非常感谢能够来到伦敦支持我们的，然后也非常感谢我们中国乒乓球队 他们也一直在给我们加油。
Well, first of all, I'm very happy with how we performed today, and I think on the fifth match, although Wang Manyu was behind and she held against the pressure and she performed excellent, and I think Team Japan performed very well and they're a very strong opponent, and I think that has something to do with the last time our match in Busan. And I also want to thank all our supporters who came all the way to London, as well as all Team China and the legends as well for cheering us on court.
Well, you're becoming a legend of your own here. It's been a remarkable journey. For you personally, what's the biggest takeaway from this event?
那么这一路走来呢，这次非常精彩的征程，对您个人来说，自己最大的成长和收获是什么？
觉得其实每一次比赛，我觉得不光是我吧，其实尤其是团体赛，我觉得并不是单兵作战，而是整个团队都在全力以赴。可能今天上场的就我们3位选手，但其实能够在这站备战前的这种付出，包括保障，其实我们还是身后有很多支持我们的中国乒乓球队的每一位吧。然后，当然，我觉得这个冠军虽然说今天我们最后赢下来了，但我觉得属于我们中国乒乓球队在座的每一位。然后也 Thank you everyone. See you next game.
So although this is a team match, but it's not about individual players, and it's about we as a team that we fight as a whole. So maybe on court we had only 3 players, but we really have to thank the whole Team China, every staff, every member of our support team. So this victory belongs to the whole team, belongs to everyone. And thank everyone for coming here.
As always, unbelievable support for whole of Team China. What would you like to see for everyone here and for everyone watching at home?
对于现在来支持你们的球迷，一路这个支持，此时此刻对他们的陪伴，有什么想说的？
我觉得首先还是非常感谢大家能够来到伦敦支持中国乒乓球队吧。然后我觉得最后的结果还是非常圆满的，虽然过程也跌宕起伏，但我觉得这也是竞技体育的魅力。所以 ，See you next.
So I want to thank everyone who come all the way here to London to support Team China, and it's a great outcome that we've had today. But it wasn't easy. It was not an easy journey, but that's part of the game.
Part of the game. The best player on the planet, the best team on the planet, Team China are the women's world champions here in London. Gongxi Xia.
Well, there you have it. Ever wanted a Xia autograph? You're not alone. And all of Team China, tears from Wang Manyu, getting Chen Yi teared up, getting He Zhuojia teared up, Ma Lin, an emotional experience for many. You can imagine the drama here. I think everybody knows what it feels like to not deliver and feel that you've let down your family. Well, when push came to shove, she delivered. Wang Manyu came back, and she came back strong. Xia praising that, taking 2 massive victories here. It wasn't easy for her on the road. Kim Na-young is going to be up on that wall in the closed-door trainings in China. But the best women's team in the world, by a long shot, was tested and taken a long way here today. Really, hats off to Team Japan for an excellent performance. But this squad right here, the champions, Team China. So that's how we started the day at 11 a.m. Wow, 3 hours 45 minutes ago locally, we started what would be an epic battle. And the champions determined. On the men's side, it is not far away. 1 hour 15 minutes from now. Team Japan with Shunsuke Togami, if he's on, Sora Matsushima, if he's on, one of, I guess, the last non-Chinese player to beat Wang Chuqin, and Tomokazu Harimoto, who Ma Long called the greatest non-Chinese player in the game. will battle against a very interesting Team China, with Liang Jingqun stealing the show last night. But congratulations, Huai Man, Sun Yingxia, Wang Manyu, Wang Yidi, and Chen Xingtong, and Ma Lin as well, the Chinese Table Tennis Association and all of China. That was an amazing battle. We've got a trophy presentation coming up. That's right, the women that you saw battle, your favorite women in the game, from the German women's team playing Poison to the Japanese women's team Romania, and of course, Team China. So here we are inside the Ovo Arena, Wembley, getting ready for none other than the women's team trophy presentation. You finally got to see the smiles of Shasha. It's not because she's not likable. Obviously, she's one of the most likable people on the planet. The level of focus that it took to finally get here. For the rest of today, she can relax. But tomorrow morning, they'll be preparing for events like this. Wang Chuqin, Lily Zhang, Zhu Yuling, and Hugo Calderano, the thrill from Brazil. Care to join them? LA awaits June 26th through July 5th, the second edition of the United States Smash. It's 2026 in Ontario at the Ontario Convention Center. Make a vacation out of it. Los Angeles, you could spend months in and never see all that it has to offer. But the table tennis itself is enough to make a trip anywhere in the world. The wait is nearly over. Keep your eyes out for those tickets. They will go quickly. I'll be there. Your greatest players in the world, anyone you've ever wanted to watch play. You can be guaranteed that the big players will be there.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the International Table Tennis Federation and Table Tennis England, welcome to the award ceremony for the ITTF World Team Table Tennis Championship Finals in London for 2026, presented by ACN. This is the Diane Scholler Award for Best Female Player. And now, please give a warm welcome to our distinguished guest to present the Diane Scholler Award. Mr. Richard Scruton, Chair of Table Tennis International Events. OVO Wembley Arena, please put your hands together for the 2026 Diane Scholler Award winner. From Team China, it's Sun Ying Xia. Joining us today. Ladies and gentlemen, your Diane Scholler Award winner from Team China is Sun Ying Xia. Give it up for Sun Ying Xia. And in a few minutes, we will be proceeding with the Women's Team Award ceremony.
So there you have it, the MVP, the most valuable player awarded here, the Diane Scholler Award. None other than Sun Ying Xia. Domination, undefeated, incredible performance here. Kim Na-young came the closest, 11-9 in the fifth, but you saw how she performed today against a player who was, well, just incredible. Against Wang Man-yu, Miwa Harimoto felt like she could beat, or we as fans might have felt like she could beat anybody if she's playing that well. Sun Ying Xia is far from anybody. So we've had a lot to look forward throughout this week. If you've been watching, we can go way back, but we can go back to simply yesterday to build up the hype of what's to come. So Team Japan. And now it is time for the moment you've been waiting for. The biggest faces on the planet in the women's game. It is the women's trophy presentation.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for the Women's Team Awards Ceremony. Wembley Arena, please give a warm welcome to our distinguished guests for this ceremony. Miss Kirsty Coventry, IOC President. Miss Petra Sorling, ITTF President and IOC Member. Mr. Anthony Moore, ITTF Executive Board. Mr. Payu Kaye, ITTF Executive Board. Miss Beatrice Romanescu, ITTF Executive Board. Mr. Richard Scruton, Chair Table Tennis International Events. Miss Sandra Deaton, Director of Table Tennis International Events. Mr. Guillez Herb, President of the French Table Tennis Federation. And now let's welcome our bronze medalists from Team Germany. Represented by Yuan Wan, Annette Kaufmann, Nina Mittelham, Han Ying, Sabine Winter, and coach Tamara Borowas. Our second bronze medalist from Team Romania, represented by Adina Dianconu, Elena Zaharia, Andrea Dragoman, Elizaveta Samara, Bernadette Such, and coach Andrei Filimon. Medals are presented by Miss Beatrice Romanescu, ITTF Executive Board. Official mascots are presented by Miss Sandra Deaton, Director of Table Tennis International Events. Team Japan, represented by Rin Mende, Miyu Nagasaki, Honoka Hashimoto, Hina Hayata, Miwa Harimoto, and Coach Rui Nakazawa. Medals are presented by Mr. Pau Kaye, ITTF Executive Board. The official mascots are presented by Mr. Richard Scruton, Chair Table Tennis International Events. And now, London, Wembley Arena. Put your hands together for the 2026 Women's Team World Champions. It's Team China, represented by Wang Yidi, Huai Man, Chen Qingtong, Wang Manyu, Sung Ying Sha, and Coach Ma Lin. Medals are presented by Miss Petra Sorling, ITTF President and IOC member. official mascots are presented by Mr. Anthony Moore, ITTF Executive Board. IOC President, who will be receiving from Mr. Gil Herb, President of the French Table Tennis Federation. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise if you can for the national anthem of China. To join our medalists for a group photo. Thank you, presenters. You may now take your leave. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you your women's team medalists. Congratulations to Teams Germany, Romania and Japan. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I give to you one more time the champions. It's Team China.
So there you have it, the 24th time, and the women of China are champions once again. It has been an incredible first half of the day. Wang Manyu, resilient, comes back to finish strong. The tears. When's the last time you saw Wang Manyu cry? Really something. Yao Yan on the left, next to Xu Xin. Oh, Ma Lin, don't get us started. There it is, the super squad. Kwai Man, Sun Yingsha, Wang Manyu, Kwai Man, and Wang Yidi with Ma Lin in the center. He's brought a lot of success to the women of China, and the women of China did not disappoint. Team Japan with an incredible effort. They're going to have one more chance in the men's team final, which is 47 minutes away. The lineup is out, the roster is fascinating, and that man right there stole the show. He earned everything yesterday. Wang Chuqin, a staple, will not be leading off for China. He'll be playing two, but Lin Shidong will only be playing in the clutch, the third spot. Liang Jingqun is going to start it off. Sora Matsushima is capable of beating anybody in the world. Shunsuke Togami has beaten Lin Shidong twice, but he's been beaten 5 times. Stick around to watch that at 4 p.m. local time.